synonyms of power and authority. The authority to take decisions concerning all aspects of human life. Often, such decisions go against the interests of those who live in the more remote areas. Here are some unfortunate fellow beings who have received a raw deal from the decision makers. Right from their birth, they have been condemned to lead a life of agony and suffering. Well, these are the inhabitants of Padre, a panic-stricken hamlet in the Kasaragod district of Kerala, bordering Karnataka. Rightfully, Padre is known as Swarga, which means heaven. As elsewhere, the mainstay of the Padre inhabitants is agriculture. Most, of course, are small and marginal farmers who grow a variety of crops to make a living. Besides farms, Padre and its adjoining areas are surrounded by cashew plantations. These occupy vast barren terrains stretching across hundreds of acres. With abundant fresh water and uncontaminated air and soil, Padre was indeed a Swarga until a few decades ago. But now, it is far from being a heaven. A large number of people belonging to all ages, especially children, have been afflicted by a variety of diseases which are known to have affected their central nervous system. It was Dr. Y.S. Mohan Kumar, a medical practitioner, who first noted a high incidence of rare diseases among the people of Padre. A study by him has revealed that in and around Padre, there were 51 cancer deaths, 38 mentally retarded persons, 49 psychiatric patients, 33 were suffering from epilepsy, and 16 with congenital diseases. Breathing problems and skin diseases are also rampant. These were the results based on a survey in just one panchayat, Emmrc. Soon after his study, there were reports in local newspapers highlighting the occurrence of similar diseases in several adjoining villages too.
For the past 20 to 25 years, the small area of ours, we see abnormally high incidence of certain types of diseases. For example, these neurological disorders. Then you see different types of cancers even in young age group. Then congenital abnormalities is in plenty. And so many gynecological problems. So we couldn't attribute this to any particular thing in the past because we don't have any industry in this area. Our people's habits are clean. They don't have addiction to like alcohol or smoking or something like that. So our drinking water is also pure.
Well, that being the case, medical practitioners soon noted that most of the affected people were residing within cashew estates or in close proximity. The large cashew estates that have come about in Kasaragod have been the result of persistent efforts of the Plantation Corporation of Kerala since the early 1960s. The corporation now owns about 5,000 acres of cashew estate in Kasaragod district. Kasaragod remains one of the largest producers of cashew in the state, providing gainful employment to many in the community. Besides catering to the domestic market, the industry exports cashew nuts, earning a sizable amount in foreign exchange. And who doesn't relish these crunchy nuts? Like others, cashew plants too are susceptible to pest attack, especially by the tea mosquito.
Tea mosquito is the serious pest of cashew. It attacks mainly tender shoot, panicle and tender nuts. Both adults and males suck sap from the shoot of the shoot, inflorescence and tender nut, causing black lesions and ultimately causing the dieback symptom.
It reduces the yield. If not controlled, the tea mosquitoes eventually destroy the plant. The tea mosquito, the destroyer, is checked by spraying the pesticide endosulfan repeatedly. Endosulfan is an organochlorine compound sold under different brand names. It is now recognized as a persistent organic pollutant. 12 such pollutants, generally referred to as the dirty dozen, have already been banned the world over. The notorious among the 12 are DDT and BHC. This toxic compound is being aerially sprayed by the Plantation Corporation of Kerala since the 80s. This is Kumaran Master, a retired teacher. A man of clean habits, he is now diagnosed to be suffering from cancer of the liver. He lives in the proximity of a sprawling cashew estate. This little girl, Shruti, lost her mother at the age of 3. Born with deformed limbs, her world is confined to a house at the foot of a rugged hill. And school for her remains a distant dream yet. Avinash is another resident of Padre. His parents find it extremely difficult to bear the medical expenses in treating his mental handicap. Though 15, he is unaware of the problem that haunts him. Like Avinash, the story story of this young one, named Udaya, is grim. Without his mother, he just cannot manage anything. Mamata is yet another mentally and physically challenged person of the area. There are many more young persons with similar ailments. Not knowing the causes, they all believed that they suffer because of the curse of some supernatural power. For Dr. Mohan Kumar and Dr. Sripati, the root cause of the suffering was endosulfan.
The poison or the endosulfan, it is likely to cause immense damage even in children during their birth period or soon after the birth, or even in adolescent period. It is likely to affect at every period.
Regular and continuous spraying of endosulfan, or for that matter any pesticide, pollutes the environment. The poisonous residue that linger in the air, water and soil eventually gets into the human body, resulting in serious health hazards.
ഈ പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ കോർപ്പറേഷൻമാർ എൻഡോസൾഫാൻ മരുന്ന് കളിക്കാറുണ്ട്. വർഷത്തിൽ 3 പ്രാവശ്യം ഹെലികോപ്റ്ററിൽ മരുന്ന് കളിക്കും. അത് ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഇവിടുന്ന് കാണും. ആ വാസന 3 ദിവസം വരെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടാവും. വാസന മാത്രമല്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ മഞ്ഞ് തുള്ളി പോലെ അതിൻ്റെ തുള്ളികൾ ഇവിടെയെല്ലാം വരും. ഞങ്ങൾ മേക്കെല്ലാം പതിക്കും. ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനത്ര ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചില്ല. ഇപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലായത് അത് നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണമായിരുന്നു, അതിനെപ്പറ്റി കുറച്ച് ജാഗ്രത പുലർത്തണമായിരുന്നു.
It is for this reason that many developed and developing countries have either banned or restricted the use of endosulfan. But in India, it continues to be used. The Plantation Corporation of Kerala has been spraying endosulfan in the Kasaragod states for over 2 decades now.
First and foremost, they have to cover all the water bodies in this vicinity. Leave alone covering major water sources, they don't have this habit at all. Our Padre village has more than 1,000 water bodies, starting from tanks, surangas, up to Todu. Second thing is, they can fly the helicopter. They are supposed to fly the helicopter keeping a minimum gap of 10 feet, that is 2 to 3 meters from the canopy. That is also not observed. They spray from a very height of say about 50 to 60 feet from the canopy. Third thing is, the Emmrc has strongly stipulated that the spray may be conducted only during morning and evening hours when the wind velocity is very, very less. These people spray throughout the day. The fourth thing is that they are not supposed to spray wherever human inhabitation is there. Padre has more than 1,000 houses. Out of 1,000 houses, about 200 houses are just at stone's throw from this Plantation Corporation's cashew gardens. In fact, this should have been treated as no spray zone.
Regardless of its ill effects, it is marketed everywhere. Perhaps farmers find it to be effective in controlling the pest menace. Some of the regular users, however, feel that it poses no threat whatsoever.
ഈ ഇണ്ടകൽപ്പിനെ കൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു അബദ്ധമൊന്നും പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോ ഈ ഇത്രയും കാലം ഈ ഹെലികോപ്റ്ററിൽ മരുന്ന് മിക്സാക്കി കൂട്ടുന്നത് ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ വലിയ കാരണം വെച്ചിട്ട് വീട്ടുകണക്കിലേക്ക് വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇതാക്കിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിനെ കൊണ്ട് ഒരു അബദ്ധം ഇതുവരെ വന്നിട്ടില്ല.
Though some may agree with him, endosulfan has to be used carefully. All brands of endosulfan carry the yellow mark indicating its toxicity. Therefore, it shouldn't come in direct body contact. The realization that endosulfan is toxic and poses health hazards has gradually dawned on the people. Today, a movement against its aerial spraying has slowly gained momentum in Padre. Center for Science and Environment, a New Delhi-based non-governmental organization, investigated diverse samples of soil, water and other flora and fauna. The study, which was conducted soon after aerial spraying, showed a high presence of endosulfan residues in all samples. Muttaka Shetty, in whose blood endosulfan was detected, lives a normal life. But her two sons, Sridhar and Kittanna Shetty, suffer from mental handicaps and cerebral palsy. Beside her house is a rivulet, source of potable water for Padre inhabitants. Quite a few who live on the banks of this water body suffer from serious ailments. Prabhavati Shastri, whose blood samples also showed the presence of endosulfan, however, leads a healthy life. Padre's water sources comprise of surangas, a special kind of tunnel that transmits water and streams as well as open wells. Water bodies were found to be contaminated with the pesticide. With no other sources of water, people are destined to use these polluted waters. Lakshmi is paralytic. This year, for the first time, her well was partly covered by the Plantation Corporation of Kerala to safeguard it from endosulfan contamination. But the futility of the exercise is visible as half the well remains exposed. If wells cannot be fully covered, how can one protect the waters of the river Chandragiri that meanders its way beside the cashew estates? Till last December, the corporation was aerially spraying endosulfan despite widespread public protest, and the officials assert that they follow all precautions and use the pesticide in recommended doses.
ഹെലികോപ്റ്റർ സ്പ്രേ ആണല്ലോ നടത്തുന്നത്. കൈയാണ് നമ്മൾ മിക്സ് ചെയ്ത് ആദ്യം വെള്ളവും ചേർത്ത് അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു ഹെലികോപ്റ്ററിന്റെ ടാങ്കിനകത്ത് മരുന്നും ആയിട്ട് മിക്സ് ചെയ്യുന്ന, മറ്റു കൈകൊണ്ട് മിക്സ് ചെയ്തിട്ടല്ല നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
എന്ത് കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ
നമ്മൾ 750 ml per hectare.
Consequent to the allegation of this health hazard, the Kerala Agricultural University undertook a comprehensive study in and around Padre 45 days after spraying.
In most of the samples analyzed, we could find only nominal level of residues, that is natural of any pesticide application. In the 5 samples of water that we have collected from the water resources of the people inhabiting the area and also the small rivers and rivulets around, did not analyze any level of residue of endosulfan. In short, the water that we analyzed were free of endosulfan residues.
But for those who have suffered and experienced the suffering of others, the need was to put an end to aerial spraying. In fact, they encountered many a patient with central nerve system disorders hitherto unknown to them.
The culprit now is said to be endosulfan, but the data generated against endosulfan is insufficient. Therefore, we should generate sufficient data either to implicate endosulfan or to exonerate the same. How this is to be done? What we feel more appropriate is to launch a multidisciplinary team involving medical scientists to study the health-related problems, then the veterinary scientists to study the animal-related issues, agricultural scientists to study the environment-related issues, as well as specialists in earth science who will look into the issues related to radiation, the probable radiation hazards or the probable heavy metal pollution hazards.
The movement has now spread rapidly. Awareness campaigns are a common sight in and around Padre.
Due to the high degree of inhabitation in the area, they should immediately stop aerial spraying, as it is impossible for them to maintain the minimum requirements that are necessary while they go for aerial spray.
Following the public outcry, the National Research Center for Cashew suggested the suspension of endosulfan spraying. Instead, it recommended the use of other pesticides against the tea mosquito menace. Endosulfan may or may not be banned. But who will give back the 20 years that Narayana Naik has lost? Sujit and Manikandan continue to be shunned by others, even as the controversy over the use of endosulfan goes on, and so does the misery of these affected ones.
Welcome back. In this session, we'll discuss primary sources of information. Sources of information are often considered primary, secondary or tertiary depending on the originality and proximity of when it was created. The primary source of information are basic sources of new information which are not passed through any filtering mechanism like condensation, interpretation or evaluation. The documents in which such information is published are known as primary sources. Such information is not available in secondary sources. They are the first published records of original research and developments that have not been altered or distorted in any way. They exist of their own and usually contain original information on the first formulation of any new observation, experiment, ideas, etc. They are the resources in which the author for the first time supplies evidence, describes a discovery, makes or derives a new proposition, or brings forward new evidence about previous proposition. It is a fundamental authoritative document related to a subject of inquiry used in the preparation of a later derivative work. UNESCO defines a primary source as original scientific paper describing new research techniques or apparatus. Primary does not mean superior. It refers to the creation by the primary players and is distinguished from a secondary source, which is a historical work like a scholarly book or article built up from primary sources. The significances of primary sources are as follows. A subject becomes a discipline in its own right when independent primary sources begin to be produced in that area. The progress and development of a country directly depend on the primary literature that reports a new discovery. The information published in primary sources is newly generated, recent, current, full and up-to-date for all other investigators working in the same field. When any research or investigation or any concept is first published in primary sources, only it becomes the basic and original source of communication of information and reports quickly to be used by other users. Publication of primary sources of information avoids duplication in the research, thus saves time, money and labor to be spent on it. It also acts as a guide to the researcher engaged in the same field by pointing out what has been done and up to what level, etc. The primary source of information help in the compilation of secondary and tertiary sources of information. Often, primary sources of information may be the only source of information in existence. There are certain primary sources of information which remain unpublished. Very often, these may be consulted for historical interest. Such materials include laboratory notebook, memoranda, diaries, letters to and from a particular individual, company, etc. Primary sources may also be in other forms, including interviews, recordings, paintings, or even computer software, email correspondence and web pages. Examples of primary sources include periodicals, research or technical reports, conference proceedings, patents, standards, theses and dissertations, research reports, trade literature, laboratory notebooks, official publications, correspondence, personal files, personal papers, letters, both personal and business, diaries and journals, both personal and business, photographs and paintings, sketches, original maps, etc. Advertisements, posters and banners, memoirs, genealogy records, both personal or family and from public records, news footage, newsreels, videotapes or audio tapes, etc. Newspaper articles written at time of the event, oral histories, minutes of meetings related to the event, vital records, birth and death records, census records, code records, tax records, property records, church registers or other public and private records, material artifacts, physical objects or evidence related to the event, including articles of clothing, furnishings, coins, stamps, buildings, tools, weapons, etc. Creative works such as novels, essays, poetry, music, art and audio or video recordings, more recently computer software, email archives, web documents, etc. and many additional types of similar materials. Primary sources are characterized by their content regardless of whether they are available in original format, in microfilm or microfiche, in digital format or in published format. Primary periodicals. A periodical is anything that comes out with regular issues. A daily newspaper, a weekly news magazine, a monthly journal and annual book series are all examples of periodicals. Many periodicals are written for a general audience whose readers are not expected to have specialized knowledge or training. However, probably even more periodicals are written for specialists and have articles that are difficult for readers who lack that background. These periodicals written for a scholarly audience are called journals. Scientific periodicals are still the most important source of information for science. A periodical generally contains more than one article. Two major types of periodicals are 1. Journals of learned societies and professional institutions. 2. Journals issued by commercial publishers through normal channels. In addition, there are two minor types. These are house journals issued by firms to promote good relations with staff and customers, and controlled circulation journals often containing essentially trade catalog material and issued free. Reports. A report or account is any informational work made with specific intention of relaying information or recounting certain events in a widely presentable form. Written reports are documents which present focused, salient content to a specific audience. Reports are often used to display the result of an experiment, investigation or inquiry. The audience may be public or private, an individual or the public in general. Reports are used in government, business, education, science and other fields. Reports use features such as graphics, images, voice or specialized vocabulary in order to persuade that specific audience to undertake an action. Some examples of reports are scientific reports, recommendation reports, white papers, annual reports, auditors reports, workplace reports, census reports, trip reports, progress reports, investigative reports, budget reports, policy reports, demographic reports, credit reports, appraisal reports, inspection reports, military reports, bound reports, etc. Reports are a very useful method for keeping track of important information. The information contained in reports can be used to make very important decisions that affect our lives daily. Patents. A patent is a right granted by a sovereign state to the owner of an invention for a limited period of time in exchange for detailed public disclosure of the invention that prevents other forms of making, using, importing or selling the invention without his permission. Patents are a form of intellectual property. A patentable invention can be a product or a process that gives a new technical solution to a problem. It can also be a method of doing things, the composition of a new product, or a technical improvement on how certain objects work. In modern usage, the term patent usually refers to the right granted to anyone who invents any new, useful or non-obvious process, machine, article of manufacture or composition of matter. Some other types of intellectual property rights are also called patents in some jurisdictions. Industrial design rights are called design patents, plant breeders' rights are sometimes called plant patents, and utility models are sometimes called petty patents or innovation patents. The procedure for granting patents, requirements placed on the patentee and extent of the exclusive rights vary widely between countries according to national laws and international agreements. Typically, however, a granted patent application must include one or more claims that define the invention. A patent may include many claims, each of which defines a specific property right. The exclusive right granted to a patentee in most countries is the right to prevent others, or at least to try to prevent others from commercially making, using, selling, importing or distributing a patented invention without permission. Under the World Trade Organization's agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, patents should be available in WTO member states for any invention in all fields of technology, and the term of protection available should be a minimum of 20 years. Nevertheless, there are variations on what is patentable subject matter from country to country. Standards. A standard is a document that provides requirements, specifications, guidelines or characteristics that can be used consistently to ensure that materials, products, processes and services are fit for their purpose. Standards are unit or measures in terms of weight, size, lengths, qualities, composition, process of production, etc. established by national and international organizations. Standards are finalized after thorough testing, research and study. The importance of standards in any industrial community is well known. To sustain the complicated mechanism of preparation, agreement and observance of standard practices in the various industrial and manufacturing processes, methods, measurements, terminologies, etc., there is need for a different type of information services. The standards are the best sources for such information. In non-industrial areas also, unification of practices through standards is being gradually attained. All standards are usually listed in the standardizing body's handbook, or list and selected standards are also noticed or reviewed in technical journals. Standards are also noticed in national and subject bibliographies. The information content of standards varies according to the nature of them. Some standard prescribes only the accepted quality or performance value of products. Example, fountain pen, electrics cable, laboratory wares. Similarly, there is standard on test methods, weight, mass, practices and on technical terminology. The information content will naturally vary in all these standards. Specifications. A specification is a detailed, exact statement of particulars, especially a statement prescribing materials, dimensions and quality of work for something to be built, installed or manufactured. It is an explicit set of requirements to be satisfied by a material, product or service. The technical specification may be developed privately, for example, by a corporation, regulatory body, or it may be developed by standard organization which often have most diverse input and usually develop voluntary standards. The word specification merely refers to the act of to state explicitly or in detail or to be specific. A specification may refer to a type of technical standard. An in-service or maintained as specification specifies the condition of a system or object after years of operation, including the effects of wear and maintenance. Specifications may also refer to technical standards which may be developed by any various kinds of organizations, both public and private. Example, organization types include a corporation, a consortium, a trade association, a national government, including its military, regulatory agencies and national laboratories and institutes, a professional association, a purpose-made standards organization such as ISO, or vendor-neutral developed generic requirements. Thesis and dissertations. A thesis or dissertation is a scholarly document submitted in support of candidature for an academic degree or professional qualification presenting the author's research and findings. In some contexts, the word thesis or a cognate is used for part of a bachelor's or master's course, while dissertation is normally applied to a doctorate, while in other contexts the reverse is true. The term graduate thesis is sometimes used to refer to both master's thesis and doctoral dissertations. Dissertations and thesis may be considered to be grey literature. The required complexity and or quality of research of a thesis or dissertation can vary by country, university or program. Therefore, the required minimum study period may vary significantly in duration. Laboratory notebooks. A laboratory notebook is a primary record of research. Researchers use a lab notebook to document their hypothesis, experiments and initial analysis or interpretation of experiments. The notebook serves as an organizational tool, a memory aid, and can also have a role in protecting any intellectual property that comes from the research. The guidelines for lab notebooks vary widely between institution and between individual labs, but some guidelines are fairly common. The lab notebook is typically permanently bound and pages are numbered. The lab notebook is usually written as the experiments progress rather than at a later date. In many laboratories, it is the original place of record of data as well as any observations or insights. For data recorded by other means, the lab notebook will record that the data was obtained and the identification of the data set will be given in the notebook. Many adhere to the concept that a lab notebook should be thought of as a diary of activities that are described in sufficient detail to allow another scientist to replicate the steps. In laboratories with several staff and a common laboratory notebook, entries in the notebook are signed by those making them. Memorandum. A memorandum is an informal written brief, note, record, reminder or summary used as a means of communication or to outline the terms of an agreement in its draft stage. A memorandum can have only a certain number of formats. It may have a format specific to an office or institution. In law specifically, a memorandum is a record of the terms of a transaction or contract, such as a policy memo, memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreement, or memorandum of association. Alternative formats include memos, briefing notes, reports, letters or binders. They could be one page long or many. They may be considered as grey literature. Minutes of meetings. Minutes, also known as protocols or informally notes, are the instant written record of a meeting or hearing. They typically describe the events of the meeting, starting with a list of attendees, a statement of the issues considered by the participants, and related responses or decisions for the issues. Minutes may be created during the meeting by a typist or reporter who may use shorthand notation and then prepare the minutes and issue them to the participants afterwards. Alternatively, the meeting can be audio recorded, video recorded, or a group's appointed or informally assigned secretary may take notes, with minutes prepared later. Many government agencies use minutes recording software to record and prepare all minutes in real time. Sources of information are often considered primary, secondary, or tertiary depending on their originality and proximity of when it was created. Primary sources are original materials. They are from the time period involved and have not been filtered through interpretation or evaluation. They are original materials on which other research is based. They are usually the first formal appearance of results in physical, print or electronic format. They present original thinking, report a discovery or share new information. Now, let us try to answer the following questions. What is a primary source of information? What is a patent? What is a specification? What is report? What is a memorandum? Here are some references for your further reading. Information Sources and Services, PSG Kumar, BR Publishing Corporation, Delhi. www.loc.gov/teachers/using primary sources/mla.html. http://guides.library.ucsc.edu/primary secondary. Hope the session on primary sources was useful for you. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome to you all. We have in nuclear astrophysics Professor V.M. Datar with us to throw some light on the importance of neutrino oscillations and the neutrino detection, which plays a very vital role in understanding the various cosmological events. Professor Datar has been with BARC for the last almost 3 decades. He joined the training school in 1974 and officially started working with Professor C.V.K. Baba since 75. Since then, he has been taking very active role in various nuclear physics research programs, in addition to doing extensive work in neutrino mass oscillations also. I welcome Professor Datar to this program. Professor Datar, I would like to ask you what is the importance of neutrino? Can you please tell us briefly why neutrino is important?
The neutrino is probably among the particles one of the least understood particles. It's a weakly interacting particle. It therefore can give us information about the interiors of stars, such as, for instance, the sun. Because of the weak interaction, it leads to a long mean-free path, and in fact, the neutrino can, for instance, travel through the Earth with, if it has NeV energy, then the probability of interaction is less than 10 to the minus 8 or so. So it can propagate in matter without, almost without any attenuation. So it can give us information which originates from the source without any distortion.
But on the other hand, of course, it interacts weakly, so there is some interaction, otherwise we couldn't have detected it. And potentially, for instance, this has the possibility to tell us even things like what is the interior of the earth. Can we X-ray, so to speak, the earth? We might be able to do that in future. The other thing is that the neutrino has already told us that we have to go beyond the so-called standard model of physics. The fact that the neutrinos possess mass implies that we have to go beyond the standard model. That already has come out. We might also learn more things about particle physics through the window of neutrinos. And of course, as you also mentioned, that neutrinos provide us with a window to the universe as well, a completely new window. Up to now, we have been looking at the universe through the electromagnetic spectrum. And for the first time in 1987, we detected neutrinos from a supernova explosion. So this has provided a new window, and in fact, part of that work has even received recognition in the form of a Nobel Prize.
If I understand correctly, originally it was proposed that neutrino is massless. Only to account for the missing angular momentum in the beta decay, it has been introduced. Now you say that neutrino has mass. There are quite a few papers claiming the mass to be somewhere around few keV, and then there were a paper saying that it is much less than a few electron volt. Yes. So can you please highlight?
Well, I mean, there were early experiments which showed that the neutrino has if it has a mass at all, and in particular the electron neutrino, that it has a mass of less than of the order of 40-50 electron volts. This was in the 60s and 70s. Limit was pushed further and further. In fact, around the 80s, there was a small ripple caused by one experimental group in Russia, which claimed to have observed a finite mass of the electron neutrino in the region of about of the order of 10 electron volts or so.
It's repeated by other people with much more sensitivity and was proven to be not correct. And in fact, that limit was pushed in the electron neutrino case to about 2 electron volts, 2 electron volt by c squared. In the early 80s, again there was a small ripple caused by a group which was looking at, in fact Simpson from Canada, he was looking at the beta decay spectrum from tritium, and they claimed to have seen evidence for the emission of in 3% of these decays to a 17 keV neutrino. That's a massive neutrino. So immediately many people got going, and including us, CVK, myself, and Amit Roy, and so on. We got together and we did a quick experiment. And we showed that that is not possible. We pushed that limit that if there is a 17 keV neutrino, it is emitted less than 0.6% of the time. So we kind of ruled it out at that level. And then others pushed that limit even further, and I think that was taken by a further order of magnitude down. So we don't have any evidence for a 17 keV neutrino. So the electron neutrino, of course, there are better experiments now which are trying to push this limit from 2 electron volt to 0.2 electron volt by c squared. That's the so-called Catherine experiment.
Okay. So if we understand and if we are able to detect these neutrinos, what sort of an information it will provide both on the composition of the sun as well as in the supernova? These are the two major sources of neutrinos. So what type of information will it provide on the astrophysical?
As I said, historically the neutrinos were used to try to look for the nuclear reactions that go on in the sun. As happens in many areas of physics, there was a result that was not understood, and in fact that created the so-called solar neutrino problem. And when the calculations towards solving this were refined, the so-called standard solar models were refined, it turned out that this problem cannot be understood within the solar models. So Bacall and others proposed that there is a particle physics solution, and in fact that particle physics solution was suggested already by Pontecorvo. But it was taken more seriously after Bacall improved his calculations to a point where it became imperative to call for a particle physics solution. And the Davis experiment therefore could be explained there. Then there were other experiments like other radiochemical experiments, the GALEX experiments, the SNO experiment, the super Kamiokande and then the super Kamiokande results. All of them seem to indicate that there is this can be explained only in terms of neutrino oscillation. But of course the definitive solution to that came through the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory, which actually
showed that the shortfall in electron neutrino is made up by neutrinos in the muon and tau sector. So they looked at the neutral currents, which is sensitive to electron, muon and tau type of neutrinos. They showed that that shortfall is made up in that, when you add up these three contributions, neutral current sector, they all add up to what the solar. So it's indeed a great triumph of the solar, standard solar model, that we got things right to, of the order of 20% or so. With such a huge, massive star, so many processes going on, that we got it right itself is a great achievement. Okay. Now that being said, also subsequently there were other experiments which improved on the measurements of neutrinos. Oscillation parameters in the mass matrix, they were, the precision on that was improved. Now it has probably come to a point where we can now go back and once this neutrino sector is cleaned up a bit, now we can go back and ask, can we learn something about what is going on in the sun? Again, by looking at neutrinos. So I think that is the phase in which we are at present now. So we can perhaps put constraints on some of these reaction rates and so forth by looking at neutrinos, which is fantastic.
One of the recent attempts is that LIGO. Can you tell something about the LIGO setup?
I am not, I think I am not an expert on that area, and I think probably Bala Iyer will be able to do that, do more justice to that. Except that I just learned that, I have heard also at other times, that the attempts to look at gravitational waves might, after that technology is mastered, provide us with a window to the universe in a completely different channel. Electromagnetic, maybe in the near future we will go in for neutrinos, to look at the universe through neutrinos, and maybe 20 years from now we will be looking at the skies through gravitational waves. Okay. So that is, I think, there is a great importance of LIGO and its upgrades and
advanced
versions of that.
And we also had some earlier experiments in Kolar gold mines.
Yes.
So can you, what actually the status, can you briefly highlight what is the...
I was not personally involved in that, but my colleague, Professor Nava Mandal, who is the spokesperson for the India-based Neutrino Observatory project, he was involved in that. But I know, of course, roughly what is done there. In the Kolar gold fields, I think one of the, they were looking at cosmic rays. Bhabha started this program of looking at cosmic rays. You go deeper and deeper and look at the muon spectrum, muon flux. In the course of doing such measurements, the Indians hit upon a gold mine, really, in that sense, because they first discovered atmospheric neutrinos. Yes. So the Indian team has a first, to its credit, they found evidence for atmospheric neutrinos. In fact, they beat Reines by not too large a distance, but by a couple of weeks. Reines, of course, is he found evidence for the electron neutrino. And this team, the TIFR and Osaka, and I think it was also a Durham team, they actually discovered evidence for atmospheric neutrinos. Subsequently, the TIFR and Osaka, this group, Durham group, they went into looking for proton decay, because at around that time the grand unification theories had come up, and one of the most outstanding predictions of that was that protons should decay. So they looked for, they were the first, in fact, to set up quickly a detector underground in KGF. It was not a very massive detector. I think it was of the order of 100 or 150 tons detector, iron and proportional counters, but they could get it going very quickly. And the backgrounds at KGF, because they were the deepest mine in the world at that time, were very low, and so the only background that they had to fight with was the neutrino background. So if the proton had decayed with the rates that were predicted by some of these theories at that time, with lifetimes of the order of 10 to the 29, 10 to the power of 30 years, then they should have seen these events. Unfortunately, they only had a couple of candidate events, but they could put upper bounds only, and nature did not oblige them. Otherwise, perhaps we would even have had a big discovery there. Of course, then the KGF mine being what it is, you cannot put very large size detectors there. So other people who are building detectors could make much bigger ones. And the epitome of that is, of course, the super Kamiokande detector, which is the 50 kiloton water Cherenkov detector. So these, the other thing that happened was that in KGF, the mines were becoming less economically viable. So they had to close them down. So I think around the 90s, around 1990, they started closing down these operations, and it became sort of financially difficult to maintain the mine just for an experiment of this kind. In any case, we couldn't have competed with the other groups worldwide in building bigger detectors at such a depth. So we would have to had come up to shallower depths, but then we lose the advantage of very low background. So somehow that stopped. But if at that time somehow we had got a neutrino group together, we could have probably been in this field much earlier. But okay, in the absence of that, now we are trying to build up a group to set up a neutrino underground laboratory. an underground laboratory to do neutrino physics. And it's possible that soon we will get permission to do that in a site in Tamil Nadu.
This is the so-called Indian Neutrino Observatory.
That's right. That is the India-based neutrino observatory.
Project shape now
Yes.
it's coming up.
Yeah.
And what are the challenging topics which you would like to look at there?
There are some areas that are kind of bread and butter, which namely that we would like to see oscillations. We would like to see the rise and fall of these oscillations. And you can do that if you do neutrino measurements over a large range in zenith angle. That is possible because you can look at all angles in principle, except for in the plane of the iron calorimeter plates. But the more exciting prospect would arise if one of the parameters in this neutrino matrix, the so-called θ13 parameter, if it is not too small, then we have the potential of making a discovery in that we can address the mass hierarchy problem. For instance, there are 3 leptonic eigenstates and there are 3 mass eigenstates. That is what we now believe based on the experiments that we have done. And not we have done, the community has done. And so this it is known from the understanding of the solar neutrinos that M2 is greater than M1. But whether M3 is greater than M1, M2, by the way, M3, M1, M2, that difference is very large. So M3 could be either above M1, M2 or it could be below. And so this is the so-called normal hierarchy in which M1, M2, M3, or you could have an inverted hierarchy in which M3 is the lowest and M1, M2. So we could address this problem. We could in fact make a discovery there if θ13 is small. So that there is a small risk involved, but that's how it goes in physics. You can never tell how nature behaves. You can't order nature to behave the way we want it to.
So, if you considering the overall challenges that the neutrino physics poses to the scientific community, what is your advice to our youngsters who would like to pursue this, and what are the various avenues which are open to them, and what are the challenges which they should face?
I think if we get this underground laboratory going, there will be an exciting phase for the young people, because neutrino experiments, as you all know, are very long, drawn out experiments. Even if we get permission tomorrow to build this laboratory, it will take at least another 8 years to get the whole of that project in place. That means to build the whole 50 kiloton iron calorimeter detector. 8, maybe it might overshoot to 10 years also. And then we will be making measurements. Of course, the measurements will start as soon as one of those modules is ready. But in order to take data, that will be another 5-6 years in the minimum, and it will go on for another 10 years. So that's a kind of 15 to 20 year project. So that's a good time for young people to enter this. Also, it will give them a hands-on experience of doing things, which is not very common these days in the area of particle physics, at least in nuclear physics, because most of the particle physics experiments are nowadays done abroad. So it is only a very small component that you are making here and they're taking abroad. And also many students are probably involved in the data analysis, and so they haven't even seen detectors. And so this would be a very good experience for people to actually get into the thick of things and build detectors, test them, and see them working in a laboratory. That will give them I think.
So may I summarize by saying, it will be a great opportunity for the youngsters to get hands-on experience, and if they have a feel for experiments, it's the right opportunity and right time for them.
That's right, and this would be also a kind of frontline experiment. This is an experiment which other people are looking forward to.
Challenging.
We hope that we will be able to achieve that goal, and I think there is confidence all around that we are capable of it. Now, whether we deliver is, I hope we will be able to do it.
Can you also tell us something about the activities that you are currently involved in nuclear physics?
Okay. I am basically an experimental low energy nuclear physics, and my route to neutrino physics was through the experimental channel. There are experimental people needed for the neutrino project. However, my background in nuclear physics is mainly based on experiments that we have done at the Pelletron, the 14 MV Pelletron. It's a tandem accelerator which accelerates particles to typically about up to about 150 MeV. so at Bombay there is such a pelletron. There is another pelletron run by the universities, UGC, through the Nuclear Science Center, now called the Inter-University Accelerator Center at Delhi, and also the Accelerator Center at VEC. So I have done a few experiments in each of these places. I would, in the context of the astrophysics, nuclear astrophysics context, I would like to just mention that there is another very nice thing that happened a few years back, about maybe 7-8 years back, that there was a beryllium-7 radioactive ion beam facility which was developed in the country, and it was, I think, the best of its kind. Of course, I should say best of its kind, because there were other radioactive ion beam facilities in the world, and we were not the first in doing that. But I think with whatever facilities we had, one of the younger persons in the Nuclear Science Center had a nice idea of actually getting a beryllium-7 beam, and with the quality which was almost like the pelletron beam quality. That means it had a size of 2 to 3 millimeters, it had an angle divergence of about a degree, and that kind of quality that did not exist anywhere in the world. I think even to this day, probably, except for now, the ISOL facilities would give this kind of beam. But at that time, this was, I think, a unique facility. So we did one experiment there. It was a joint proposal by the person who developed this beam, a person called J.J. Das, and myself, and then we had a team of a few 7-8 people. We did this experiment to measure the S17, which is the proton plus beryllium-7 going to gamma plus boron-8. That's one of the key reactions which produces boron-8, and which in fact the boron-8 decay gives you the high energy part of the spectrum, which was important in the neutrino context, the solar neutrino problem, for instance. So we made an indirect measurement of that. We made a measurement of the with using a beryllium-7 beam on a deuterium target. We measured the beryllium-7 DN cross section, and that's actually a strong process, but it tells you about the wave function of the proton in the boron-8, and so once you know the wave function, then you can calculate the P gamma rate in beryllium-7. So this was an indirect measurement, but the measurement was not so much important from the measurement of the S17 itself, although it did resolve some of the anomaly, not anomalies, I should say, the inconsistencies in the measurement. Some people were claiming that the indirect measurement does not give you the correct S17 factor. We showed that if you do a proper analysis, you measure also other data like elastic scattering data and so on, then actually we were consistent with the direct measurements, which is the direct beryllium-7 P gamma measurement. But more importantly, once we showed that this technique works, this technique could be used for the measurement of S factors, P gamma or alpha gamma factors of other beams, other radioactive beams, where the half-life of the radioactive species itself is very short. In the case of beryllium-7, the half-life is of the order of 50 days or so. So you can actually make that target and then shoot a proton beam on it, and that decays only after 50 days. Half of it becomes half of decays only 50 days later. So that's a nice target. But there are cases which where you have decays of the order of milliseconds or microseconds decays, or seconds decays. Then you can't make that target and repair it and put it across the beam. So in those cases, such an indirect measurement would be useful. This is not a very precise measurement, but it gives you a first idea to the 10-15% level. So I think that we showed, and I think since that was it was done in India, I think I'm rather happy about it.
So what was the challenging part of that experiment there?
The challenging part, I think, was done by this young colleague.
Okay.
He actually produced the 7 beryllium beam of that quality. That was the most important.
Okay.
The experiment was an offshoot of that, and of course it required some care and so on, but we could do that. But I think the real credit goes to this young person.
How much is the current for that which you
No, this was done with very few particles. This was not done, this was done with about a few thousand particles per second.
Oh, it's extremely
as opposed to typical stable beam experiments which are done with nanoampere current, which means of the order of 10 to the 10 particles per second.
Enormously large.
So you have to have a detector with very good efficiency, and you have to do a careful job on that. But of course, in this case, we could do it because the DN cross section is a strong, is mediated by the strong interaction.
Okay.
So there are, the cross section is of the order of tens of millibarns per steradian, as opposed to P gamma cross section,
that's quite high,
which is very low. If you go to very sub-barrier energies, it could be as low as picobarns, whereas this one is millibarns.
Okay.
But the trick there is that you do this measurement, which is quick and rough, and then you use that information to calculate the P gamma cross section.
Now coming back to again neutrino problem,
Yeah.
What is the international scenario on that? How are the various laboratories?
Now there are, several labs which have all got excited by this, the fact that the neutrinos tell us something beyond the standard model. So there are very many experiments, some very large scale experiments to look at these neutrino oscillations with much better precision. So one of the experiments which will start shortly is the so-called T2K experiment, which shoots muon neutrinos at super Kamiokande detector. So they will look at these, and since now they have a new machine in J Park which produces proton beams of rather large currents, so they can produce a very intense beam of new mu, and they will look at this oscillation. They will look at both the flavor changing part as well as so they will look at so-called survival, part that the new mu survives to remain new mu, or that it oscillates into a new E. So they will look at the appearance. So they will do both appearance and disappearance experiments. That is one. But there are also other experiments, like not directly to do with neutrino oscillations, namely the so-called neutrino-less double beta decay experiments. Yes. So there are also a large number of groups which are attempting that. There is one experiment which has claimed to have observed already neutrino-less double beta decay in 76 germanium, using germanium detectors, which are very high resolution detectors. And not only that, they have used enriched 76 germanium detectors with some 86% enrichment, and they have the first evidence. Of course, there is some people doubt that result. Nevertheless, that has excited many people, and there are at least about more than half a dozen, maybe half a dozen to a dozen experiments or planned projects. The closest is so-called QRChino, which is now graduating into a QOR project, which is a cryogenic bolometer experiment on tellurium 130. So they have just reached the sensitivity of that germanium 76 experiment. Of course, they don't find any evidence for that yet, but that could be also because of differences in nuclear matrix elements, which play a role here. So, but they will improve that sensitivity by about an order of magnitude at least, and they will then be able to address this issue. On a small way, we have also started some R&D towards making a neutrino-less double beta decay detector at the Tata Institute. It's also a collaboration between Tata Institute, Kharagpur IIT, BRC, and so on, a few other institutes. And we hope to look for the first phase. Of course, we can only go step by step. We will try to build a small tin cryogenic bolometer. If we succeed in doing that, then we would like to build a bigger one, and then take it to perhaps this underground laboratory that we are building for the neutrino observatory.
So, in summary, we can say that both within India and outside, there are very many challenging opportunities for the physicists who want to continue neutrino physics.
Yes, absolutely.
Am I right in saying that?
That's right, absolutely.
And I am sure that you will help in all possible ways the youngsters get the...
Oh yeah, not only me, there are many other people who will also be most willing to help. We need young people, and we need people with motivation. And I think there are great opportunities.
Thank you, Vivek, for your excellent introduction to the field.
Hello everyone, welcome to a session on related databases of protein structure. In this session, let us discuss structural and related databases, their organization and their attributes as well. We would also gain an insight about how to use information retrieval system to obtain data and the need to analyze structural data using these databases. Bioinformatics is the application of information technology to store, organize and analyze the vast amount of biological data which is available in the form of sequences and structures of proteins, which are the building blocks of organisms, and nucleic acids, which are the information carrier. The biological information of nucleic acids is available as sequences while the data of proteins is available as sequences and structures. Sequences are represented in single dimension, whereas a structure contains the three-dimensional data of sequences. A biological database is a collection of data that is organized so that its contents can easily be accessed, managed and updated. The activity of preparing a database can be divided into collection of data in a form which can be easily accessed, making it available to a multi-user system, always available for the user. The data stored in structured database records represents a practical summary of the experimental data. It is, however, not the data gathered directly by instruments, nor is it a simple mathematical transformation of that data. Each structured database record carries assumptions and biases that change as the state of the art in structure determination advances. Nevertheless, each biomolecular structure is a hard-won piece of crucial information and provides potentially critical information regarding the function of any given protein sequence. Structural completeness is quite rare in structured database records. Most X-ray structures lack coordinates for hydrogen atoms because the locations of hydrogen atoms in space are not resolved by the experimental methods currently available. However, some modeling software can be used to predict the location of these hydrogen atoms and reconstruct a structure record with the now modeled hydrogen atoms added. It is easy to identify the products of molecular modeling in structure databases. These often have overly complete coordinate data, usually with all possible hydrogen atoms present, that could not have been found using an experimental method. The first class of protein structure prediction methods, including threading and comparative modeling, rely on detectable similarity spanning most of the model sequence and at least one known structure. The second class of methods, de novo or ab initio methods, predict the structure from sequence alone without relying on similarity at the fold level between the model sequence and any of the known structures. There are a number of databases available online for elucidating the protein structure, and this module focuses on some of the important databases used by the biologists. ProSite. ProSite is a database of protein families and domains. It consists of biologically significant sites, patterns and profiles which help to map the unknown sequences to known protein families. Since the latest NAR database issue paper, ProSite has increased its number of signatures to 1,559 documentation entries, 1,308 patterns, 863 profiles and 869 pro rules. ProSite was constructed by Emmrc. It is based on the protein sequences in SwissProt. Certain regions of protein sequences have been conserved in nature, and as a basic thumb rule, these regions form the basis of the function of a protein and or for the maintenance of its three-dimensional structure. The patterns or signatures that these regions of the protein sequences display help in setting them aside from other unrelated sequences. Therefore, it is possible to ascertain certain families of proteins to an unknown sequence based on the signature pattern or profile of the particular domain. The basis of ProSite is regular expressions describing characteristic subsequences of specific protein families or domains. It has now been extended to contain some profiles which can be described as probability patterns for specific protein sequence families. ProSite makes a distinction between patterns and rules, which are both described by regular expressions. A pattern is defined as a unique characteristic that belongs to a protein domain family. A rule only displays certain features in a protein sequence that may or may not help in assigning it to a specific protein family. For example, a potential phosphorylation site can be found in many protein sequences. The ProSite databases uses two kinds of signatures or descriptors to identify conserved regions, that is, patterns and generalized profiles, both having their own strengths and weaknesses, defining their area of optimum application. Each ProSite signature is linked to an annotation document where the user can find information on the protein family or domain detected by the signature, such as the origin of its name, taxonomic occurrence, domain architecture, function, 3D structure, main characteristics of the sequence, domain size, and literature references. ProSite signatures are also associated with corresponding Pro rules, which contain information for the automated annotation of domains in the UniProt KB/Swissprot database. Some of the information stored in Pro rule can be accessed via Scan ProSite, which provides additional features such as active sites or disulfide bonds associated with a particular domain. The interface of ProSite is as follows. Here is an image which shows the interface of ProSite. The ProSite website was redesigned and new predictive 60 tools were implemented to assign more detailed functional information to the scanned proteins. Users who want to scan their own proteins against all ProSite entries or to scan a ProSite entry against a protein database will find a new version of the Scan ProSite web page. Access to ProSite. Browse ProSite documentation entries. It is possible to search ProSite using the following parameters: post-translational modifications, compositional biased regions, domains, DNA or RNA associated proteins, enzymes, electron transport proteins, other transport proteins, structural proteins, receptors, cytokines and growth factors, hormones and active peptides, toxins, inhibitors, protein secretion and chaperones and others. The entries in the database are alphanumeric and follow a definite structure. Let us now consider an example. PDOC000202 Kringle domain signature and profile. The character in the first column is used to indicate whether a documentation entry is new in this release. Plus sign or has been modified to asterisk. The numerical characters in the positions 3 to 7 provide the documentation entry accession number. The numerical characters in the position 9 is used to indicate how many data entries such as patterns, rules and profiles or matrices are described by a documentation entry. Examples are PDOC00001 1N glycosylation site, PDOC00351 2 disintegrin domain signature and profile, PDOC00027 2 homeobox domain signature and profile, PDOC000861 thymidylate synthase active site, PDOC00160 DNA topoisomerase 2 signature, PDOC00109 phospholipase A2 active site signatures. Search by author. Searching ProSite by author name is possible. Search by citation. ProSite can be searched using this option for journals published after 1965 with options such as journal name, volume and year. Search by description. It is possible to search ProSite database of protein families and domains by the description of sites and patterns by using a keyword. The keyword may be any word or partial word appearing in the description of the documentation entries. Search by full text. The text search is the relatively new feature available on ProSite release 19.24. The search is case sensitive. Wildcards may be used to search with partial words. Boolean operators such as and, or and not can be used to restrict search with brackets such as the flower bracket and to specify the order. SRS or sequence retrieval system. ProSite offers two alternative search forms under this category. These are self-explanatory. Tools available at ProSite. Scan ProSite. This tool enables a user to scan a sequence against ProSite or a pattern against Swissprot or TREMBL or PDB for the occurrence of patterns, profiles and rules or motifs stored in the ProSite database. It also visualizes matches on structures with a graphical view and feature detection. Motif scan. It allows a user to scan a sequence against the profile entries in ProCite and PFAM. Motif scanning allows search for all known motifs that occur in a given unknown sequence. Inter-Pro scan. This is a Perl stand-alone Inter-Pro scan package that allows the user to query the input or unknown sequence against Inter-Pro. The Inter-Pro database integrates ProCite, Prints, PFAM, ProDOM, SMART, TIGR FAMs, PIR Superfamily, Gene3D and Panther databases. The tool combines different protein signature recognition methods into one resource. PRAT. This is a tool that interactively generates conserved patterns from a series of aligned proteins. The tool may be used to look for patterns that are conserved in a set of sequences. The advantage of this tool is that the user can specify what kind of patterns should be searched for and how many sequences should match a pattern to be reported. PS Scan. It is a Perl program to scan ProCite locally. PF Tools. These are standalone programs to create and scan ProCite profiles. PFAM. The PFAM database is a large collection of protein families, each represented by multiple sequence alignments and hidden Markov models or HMMs. Proteins are generally composed of one or more functional regions, commonly termed domains. Different combinations of domains give rise to the diverse range of proteins found in nature. The identification of domains that occur within proteins can therefore provide insights into their function. PFAM is a database of curated protein families, each of which is defined by two alignments and a profile hidden Markov model HMM. Profile HMMs are probabilistic models used for the statistical inference of homology built from an aligned set of curator-defined family representative sequences. In PFAM, the profile HMM is searched against a large sequence collection based on UniProt knowledge base, UniProt KB, to find all instances of the family. Sequence regions that score above the curated threshold that is set for each family to eliminate false positives, the so-called gathering threshold, are aligned to the profile HMM to produce the full alignment. Curated entries are referred to as PFAM A entries. The profile HMMs are built and searched using the HMM ER software suite. Sometimes a single profile HMM cannot detect all homologs of a diverse superfamily, so multiple entries may be built to represent different sequence families in the superfamily. Such related PFAM A entries are grouped into clans. PFAM data are available in a variety of formats, which include flat files derived from the MySQL database and relational table dumps, both of which can be downloaded from the FTP site. The PFAM website provides different ways to access the database content, providing both graphical representations of and interactive access to the data. This is an image showing the PFAM database interface. PFAM statistics. The current release of PFAM version 27.0 contains 14,831 PFAM A families. Of these families, 4,563 have been classified into 515 clans. Compared with PFAM 26.0, there has been an increase of 1,159 families, that is 1,182 new entries have been added and 22 entries have been removed, and 16 new clans with an additional 320 families have been classified into clans. Two of the main sources for generating the new families added to release 27.0 were protein data bank structures and human sequences. The image shown on the screen shows a striking example of overlapping genes. The 6 reading frames are displayed graphically at the top box of the results page. All the 3 reading frames from the positive strand contain matches to PFAM A, which are tabulated in the image. The position of the stop codons are indicated by square lollipops. This search tool accepts sequences up to 80,000 nucleotides in length and searches the PFAM-A-HMM library using the gathering threshold. The core aim of PFAM is to produce protein families that reliably classify as much of sequence space as possible. The database continues to grow and evolve during the 2013 with efforts concentrated on adding new families and improving existing ones, while also trying to make the core family data as accessible as possible. As homologous proteins are more likely to share structural and functional features, PFAM families can aid in the annotation of uncharacterized sequences and guide experimental work. Despite the continued growth of the sequence databases, PFAM has maintained and even increased its coverage of UniProt KB. Over the coming years, new families will be added to PFAM, thereby producing more frequent releases. PRINTS database. The PRINTS database houses a collection of protein fingerprints which may be used to assign family and functional attributes to uncharacterized sequences, such as those currently emanating from the various genome sequencing projects. The April 2002 release includes 1,700 family fingerprints encoding approximately 10,500 motifs covering a range of globular and membrane proteins, modular polypeptides, and so on. Fingerprints are groups of conserved motifs that, taken together, provide diagnostic protein family signatures. They derive much of their potency from the biological context afforded by matching motif neighbors. This makes them at once more flexible and powerful than single motif approaches. The technique further departs from other pattern matching methods by readily allowing the creation of fingerprints at superfamily, family, and subfamily specific levels, thereby allowing more fine-grained diagnosis. Identification of protein families. At the heart of the analysis methods that underpin family databases is the multiple sequence alignment. When building an alignment, as more distantly related sequences are included, insertions are often required to bring equivalent parts of adjacent sequences into the correct register as shown in the image on the screen. The figure on the screen gives an overview of the three main sequence analysis approaches and the databases to which they give rise. Single motif methods that exploit regular expressions underpin prosite and E-motif, multiple motif approaches that use either identity or weight matrices are the basis of prints and blocks, and full domain methods that exploit either absolute or probabilistic scores underpin profiles and PFAM. As a result of this gap insertion process, islands of conservation emerge from a backdrop of mutational change. These conserved regions, typically around 10 to 20 residues in length, tend to correspond to the core structural or functional elements of the protein and are commonly termed motifs. Database format. PRINTS is built as single ASCII2 file. The contents are separated into specific fields relating to general information, bibliographical references, text, lists of matches, and the motifs themselves. Each line of a field is assigned a distinct two-letter code, allowing the database to be indexed for fast querying of its contents. In the general field at the top of the file, each entry is assigned a code by which it can be identified and an accession number. This is followed by a description of the type of entry. The term compound indicates that the fingerprint contains several elements, the number of constituent motifs being indicated in parentheses. The details of the creation and latest update information are then given, followed by a descriptive title and cross-references to entries in a variety of other databases such as Interpro and PDB. A list of bibliographical references is then provided. This relates to a detailed abstract of the family that describes its function and structure, its disease associations, evolutionary relationships, and so on. Every abstract also contains a technical description of how the fingerprint was derived. This image shows the user interface of PRINTS database. Current release. Prints is released in major and minor versions. Minor releases reflect updates bringing the contents in line with the current version of the source database. Major releases denote the addition of new material to the resource developed and deposited in prints, making it the most comprehensive, fully manually annotated protein family database available. Nevertheless, overall, the database is still small relative to the number of protein families that exist, largely because the detailed documentation of entries is extremely time consuming. Search tools. There are two main tools available for searching prints: a BLAST server, which allows similarity searches against sequences matched in the current version of the database, and the fingerprint scan suite, which allows sequence searches against fingerprints contained in the current release. This is an important distinction as the different search tools offer fundamentally different perspectives on sequence similarity. BLAST identifies generic similarities between sequences within a family and cannot recognize individual family traits, while fingerprints pinpoints the subtle differences that differentiate closely related family members. A particular strength of prints is that its motifs are stored in the form of ungapped local alignments. An important consequence of storing the motifs in this raw form is that, unlike with regular expressions or other abstractions, no sequence information is lost. Different scoring methods may be superposed onto the motifs, conferring different scoring potentials and hence different perspectives on the same data. Pattern databases provide powerful tools for analyzing uncharacterized sequence data, in particular by placing individual sequences in a family context for a more informed assessment of function than is possible with conventional pairwise searches. While there is some overlap between them, the contents of the family databases differ. It is therefore good practice to search all available repositories to ensure that one's analysis is as comprehensive as possible and that it takes advantage of a variety of search methods. Where there is consensus, diagnosis can be made with greater confidence. Together, prints and prints S are thus complementary tools that facilitate genome annotation and greater depth to sequence analysis by offering both unique hierarchical diagnosis and new ancestral perspectives on protein family relationship. NDB, or the Nucleic Acid Database. The Nucleic Acid Database, or NDB, is a web portal providing access to information about 3D nucleic acid structures and their complexes. In addition to primary data, the NDB contains derived geometric data, classification of structures and motifs, standards for describing nucleic acid features, as well as tools and software for the analysis of nucleic acids. A variety of search capabilities are available, as are many different types of reports. The Nucleic Acid Database was founded in 1991 to assemble and distribute structural information about nucleic acids. In addition to primary structural data that are contained in the archival protein data bank, the NDB contains annotations specific to nucleic acid structure and function, as well as tools that enable users to search, download, analyze and learn more about nucleic acids. Nucleic Acid Database is thus a value-added database providing services specifically for the nucleic acid community. When the NDB was first established, the focus was on DNA structural biology. As more RNA structures have been determined, tools and annotations were developed to address the features of these molecules. The NDB seeks to be a central source for nucleic acid structural information and annotations that evolves with the science. NDB data content. The NDB contains primary structural information about nucleic acid containing structures obtained from the PDB, as well as classifications and derived data. Manually annotated nucleic acid classifications as well as derived and calculated data regarding structural features of RNA are managed separately from the primary structure entries. These data are recorded and stored as external reference files, or ERFs. Primary structural information. The primary data obtained from the corresponding PDB structure entries include experimental files, identifiers, structural descriptions, citations, crystal data, coordinate information, and details regarding crystallization, data collection, and structure refinement. Nucleic acid classifications. Annotations specific to nucleic acid and the molecules to which they are bound are provided. Nucleic acid annotations include nucleic acid type and conformation structure description and secondary structure. Some functional information about the bound proteins as well as drug binding modes is also offered. Derived data. Derived structural features such as bond distances, angles, torsions, and base morphology are calculated from the coordinate data and stored in the searchable database. Information on RNA structural features include pairwise nucleotide interactions for each RNA structure, equivalence classes, and NR sets of RNA structure files and RNA 3D motifs extracted from structures are also added. RNA pairwise interactions. Pairwise interactions between RNA nucleotides are annotated using FR3D for RNA base pairing and base stacking interactions and as described. Growth of the number of nucleic acid structures in the PDB. This figure illustrates the nucleic acid database search engine. Search is available separately for DNA and RNA structures. Users can create a set of entries by constraining particular predefined data attributes in several categories. Following a preliminary search, users can add selection constraints from additional categories to further narrow their searches. DNA search. Selection options are organized under the headings polymer, protein function, structural features, and experimental method. Polymer. Select structures based on polymer composition such as DNA only, protein DNA complexes, drug DNA complexes, hybrids, chimera, and peptide nucleic acid mimetics. Protein function. Narrow the search based on the type of protein found in the protein DNA complex, enzyme, structural protein, regulatory protein, or other classification. Structural features. Find structures based on secondary structure and conformation types. Options include single-stranded, A form, B form or Z form DNA, double helices, triple or quadruple helices, and other double helical structures. Experimental method. Select the experimental method used to determine the structure by X-ray crystallography or NMR. RNA search. The polymer, protein function, and experimental method selection categories present options similar to those provided for DNA searches. RNA type. Search various RNA functional types such as tRNAs, rRNAs, riboswitches, or ribozymes. NR list. Restrict the RNA search to the representative members of equivalence classes that constitute the NR-RNA structure set. Let us now summarize what we have learnt in this session. This module has described a number of methods for predicting protein structure from amino acid sequence. The best approach is to look at a link by sequence analysis between a new protein and a protein of known structure. Even a marginal sequence alignment with a protein of known structure can provide a feasible structure model. Databases that organize proteins into clusters and families with links to known protein structures are also available. ProSite consists of documentation entries describing protein domains, families, and functional sites, as well as associated patterns and profiles to identify them. Prints database is a collection of so-called fingerprints. It provides both a detailed annotation resource for protein families and a diagnostic tool for newly determined sequences. A fingerprint is a group of conserved motifs taken from a multiple sequence alignment together. The motifs form a characteristic signature for the aligned protein family. PFAM is a database of protein families that includes the annotations and multiple sequence alignments generated using hidden Markov models. The NDB contains information about experimentally determined nucleic acids and complex assemblies. Proteins that represent new structural folds and domains can be readily identified in these databases and these proteins can then be targeted for structural analysis by laboratory methods. Meanwhile, the methods for secondary structure and threading analysis, that is, fitting a sequence to a structure, can provide useful predictions, although with variable levels of reliability. Here are a few questions for you to work out. 1. How does ProSci database help in elucidating protein structure? 2. List out the important tools available on the ProSci database. 3. Describe how PFAM database helps in describing protein families. 4. Explain how PRINTS database is used in protein fingerprinting. 5. What is NDB? Explain. Here are a few references for your further studies. Bioinformatics, Concepts, Skills and Applications, written by S.C. Rastogi, Namita Mendiratha and Parag Rastogi, published by CBS Publishers and Distributors, 1993, first edition. Understanding Bioinformatics, written by Marketa Swellable, Jeremy Obaum, published by Garland Science Publishers, 2008. Bioinformatics Databases, Tools and Algorithms, written by Urpita Basu, Siminder Kaur Tukral, published by Oxford University Press, 2007. Bioinformatics Sequence and Genome Analysis, written by David W. Mount, published by Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory Press, 2001. Thank you for watching this program. Let's meet again in the next session with a new topic. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on an overview of environmental education. We all are aware of nature and its influence on human lives. Nature is interesting, absorbing and fascinating at all the same time. However, human beings took unlimited and undue advantage of nature for enhancing their own comfort. For instance, human beings destroyed forests and the green cover on earth in a ruthless manner to create more space for themselves. They polluted the air and the water in pursuit of a comfortable lifestyle. Their quest for modernization and urbanization led to widespread environmental pollution and crisis. The overall consequence of all such actions was the deterioration of the environment. Of late, mankind has woken up to the need to conserve nature. They have become conscious about the necessity to preserve the environment. Environmental education is an effort to generate awareness among mankind to protect humanity from an impending environmental catastrophe. It shows the way to blend progress and nature so that they coexist in a sustainable manner. What is environmental education? Environmental education is a process aimed at generating awareness about the total environment and its associated issues. It allows individuals to understand the issues related to environment and act responsibly to improve the environment. It focuses on developing critical thinking abilities and problem solving insight along with the skills to make informed decisions. It motivates individuals to work towards finding solutions for current problems and preventing the development of new ones. The primary components of environmental education are spreading awareness about the environment and the environmental challenges, developing a deep understanding and an attitude of concern for the environment and the environmental issues, motivating people to work individually or collectively for the betterment of the environment, providing skills to act decisively and resolve issues related to the environment, and encouraging active participation in activities related to resolution of environmental problems. Environmental education is not simply environmental information. It is an education process that provides facts about specific environmental problems. Often, the environmental problems are complex issues with no simple solutions. Environmental education does not promote one particular perspective or course of action. Rather, it helps individuals to take balanced and responsible decisions and act on them. Environmental education strategies. Environmental education is a holistic approach to raise awareness for the necessity of an ecologically sustainable environment. It involves spreading information about formal and informal processes to meet the end. The environmental education strategies encompass a spectrum of approaches such as building consciousness about environmental issues through various sources such as the print media, the visual media, the internet and several other networks, organizing community programs to discuss environmental issues and to find out viable solutions or mode of action, promoting the inclusion of content related to environment in the school curriculum, organizing school and college based programs where students can be made aware of the environmental challenges, reaching out to industries and small to medium businesses, coordinating and integrating environmental education programs, services and products, and providing fair and accurate information based on facts. Environmental education in a broader sense fosters a connection to the community and the society. Environmental literacy strategies are also aimed at understanding the implications of our actions and carrying out our civic responsibilities. Guiding principles of environmental education program. Environmental education is concerned with environmental protection. It requires the combined effort of the entire community. The guidelines of environmental education are formulated keeping this factor in mind. The guiding principles of environmental education program are as follows. Environmental education must consider the environment in its totality. It must address the issues of the natural, man-made, ecological, social and political environment. It is not possible to solve the issues of the natural environment without taking into consideration the technological, aesthetic and the social environment of people. It calls for thorough understanding of the real causes of environmental problems and finding out practical solutions. Environmental education must underline the interdependence of human beings on the other species as well as the planet. It must emphasize on the connections and the dependence between the various species of the world and their relation to the environment. People must understand that the preservation of the biodiversity is not only a duty but also a necessity. The improvement of the global environment is in the best interest of all the species on earth, including the human beings. Environmental education must involve everyone. The responsibility of preserving the environment is not limited to any one group or organization in the society. It is not the responsibility of the environmental scientists, policymakers or the NGOs alone to preserve the environment. It is a responsibility that must be shouldered by all, including the government, industry, education institutions, the media, community groups, social organizations and the individuals. Environmental education must inculcate the sense of responsibility in each and every learner. They must in turn be able to impress upon others the need to preserve the environment. All strata of the society must be at least aware of the need to preserve the environment. Environmental education must be a lifelong process. In a world where technology is advancing at a rapid speed, information about the environment is also getting updated every day. With the advancement and the application of better environmental technologies, it is possible to address the issues in a more effective way. Environmental education must blend new technology with the experience gained over the years to chart a better course for problem solving. To achieve an ecologically sustainable environment, it is important to refresh the knowledge and skills continually and apply them to the environmental challenges faced by humanity. Environmental education must be practical. It must help people to make the transition from awareness to knowledge and action. The ever-rising environmental issues of the world call for effective actions. Environmental education must pave the way for actions that help to resolve environmental crises. Accumulation of inert knowledge or impractical skills will not help the cause of preservation of the environment. Up-to-date knowledge and practical skills are the necessary pillars of environmental education. Diverse learning methods and first-hand experience will help to broaden the understanding of the subject. Environmental education must be in agreement with economic and social goals. Pursuit of environmental goals without the acknowledgement of economic and social goals will be a futile attempt. To influence mainstream society, it is extremely important that environmental education encompasses the legitimate social and economic objectives of the society. It must aim towards making environmental goals as much priority for a nation and its people as the social and economic goals. Environmental education must be interdisciplinary in approach. It must be based on a learner-centric approach. It does not require specialists in one particular discipline or subject area. It requires people to acquire a critical approach for solving complex problems. The environmental issues are not related to any particular stream of study. It involves application of knowledge of biological science, forestry, ecology, chemistry, physics, physiology, geography, marine education, natural resources, geology, population education, soil conservation, sociology, economics, etc. As such, the study of the environment and its problems must be holistic and balanced in perspective and approach. Environmental education must be future oriented. Learners can gain useful knowledge from past experiences to solve current environmental issues. However, while thinking about a solution, they must consider the future. The environment of the forthcoming generations will depend on our efforts and actions today. Environmental education must highlight where the current path of development will lead us. It must stress on the development of environment-friendly alternatives for the future. Environmental education must encourage students to think about what future they want for themselves and the earth as well. Environmental education must cover all major environmental issues. The study of the environment must include all major problems and challenges of the environment. It must strive to address or find solution for all the issues. The education of the environment must address issues that concern not only the local areas or the nation but the world as a whole. Learners must be made aware of the fact that the preservation of the environment is a universal issue and its solution must also be thought at the universal level. Goals and objectives of environmental education. The unchecked exploitation of nature or environment by human beings has started showing its adverse effects. It is threatening the very existence of human beings as well as all the other living organisms on earth. People around the globe are climbing the ladder of economic growth at the cost of destruction of nature and biodiversity. The primary goal of environmental education involves making the mankind conscious about the total environment and its problems. Another major aim is to make people work individually and collectively to solve the current issues and prevent their occurrence. the foremost goals of environmental education are to make people conscious about the environmental problems. No amount of education can bring about complete change in the scenario unless people recognize and accept the problem. Every section of the society and the community and every individual must be aware and alert about the issues of the environment. The primary objective is to help individuals, social groups and communities in becoming aware of the total environment. It aims to make people sensitive towards the issues and challenges of the environment. To spread knowledge about environmental issues. One of the major objectives is to help individuals, social groups and communities to gain a wide spectrum of knowledge regarding the environment. It facilitates in having an elementary understanding of the environment and its problems. Education of the environment helps to translate awareness into knowledge. This knowledge can then be converted into effective action. To develop environmental ethics among people. It is not enough to spread awareness about the environmental challenges. The need is to teach people regarding the importance of conserving nature and preserving the biodiversity of the environment. Individuals, social groups and communities must be made to feel concern for the environment. This concern can then be translated to motivation for active participation for preservation and improvement of the environment. To improve the quality of environment. The environment supports innumerable organisms and living beings on earth. But due to the destruction of nature by mankind, the balance of healthy environment is suffering. Several living species have become extinct. A large number of living species are on the verge of extinction. Even human beings are facing the ill effects of the problem. The need of the how is to preserve and improve the environment. To promote active participation and contribution of people in decision making. An important objective of environmental education is to create opportunities for active involvement of individuals, social groups and communities for solving environmental problems. Apart from active participation of the people, the developmental programs must be evaluated. There must be a system in place to oversee the smooth functioning of the process. To impart skills for resolution of environmental issues. A vital objective of environmental education is to help individuals, social groups and communities to obtain skills necessary for recognizing and solving environmental issues. Education of the environment encourages having critical thinking ability. The ability to take informed decision and convert that into useful action is a primary requirement in this field. The objectives of environmental education are indispensable for the fruitful formulation, application and evaluation of environmental preservation plans and programs. However, these objectives will make sense only if people start appreciating the value of environment and its impact on human life. How to create awareness about the environment. The world has been witnessing a rapid change in its climate and environment. Issues concerning the environment have increased in the last few decades. As a result, people have started to acknowledge the need to preserve the environment. This has led to a growing awareness related to the environmental issues and challenges. However, a lot needs to be done to increase public awareness worldwide. Here are a few ways to make people aware of the environmental challenges looming over the planet. Carrying out specific and targeted efforts. One of the ways to increase environmental awareness is to select specific groups or communities and spread knowledge about the environment among them. A lot of people are ignorant about environmental issues. A large number of people do not pay any attention to environmental problems as they are unaware of the implications of such issues on human lives. but by targeting specific groups of people can go a long way in spreading awareness about the environmental problems. For instance, the use of energy saving appliances is becoming popular worldwide because of the strategy of targeted awareness. People are becoming conscious that they can save time and energy by the use of such appliances. Such small steps may seem insignificant when compared to the large and complex issues of the environment, but such small changes have an overall bearing if done in a serious manner. Spreading consciousness at the grassroots level. Environmental education is as much necessary in the developed world nations as it is in the underdeveloped countries. However, the spread of awareness in the underdeveloped nations becomes more difficult due to the lack of education among a large section of people. Reaching out to people in the rural areas can be difficult in several countries. Differences in language, culture, customs and beliefs can cause hurdles in spreading awareness about the environmental problems. The best way to tackle the problem is to reach out to the population in rural and tribal areas through local leaders. Community leaders, religious heads and tribal leaders can help in educating their population about the environment. Such leaders can act as the connection that helps to reach out to the local population after crossing the barriers of language and culture. Using the reach of media. The media is a great tool of communication in the developed countries and urban areas of underdeveloped nations. The media can be effectively used to spread awareness among the general public regarding the environmental issues. The visual media, the print media, the internet are all sources of mass media that can be utilized to knock on the consciousness of the people. Government and non-governmental agencies can work with the media to spread the message of conservation of the environment. Organizing press conferences, issuing printed and online press releases, creating information centers online, issuing messages through radio and TV can be effective for spreading the message among the masses. Reaching out through formal education platforms. Environmental problems require in-depth knowledge for solutions that can be successful in the long term. About 30% of the world's population comprises of children and young adults under the age of 18. Providing such people with environmental education in the classroom can be helpful in making them conscious about the environment. Such students will develop a sense of responsibility when they become adult citizens and help the cause of environment. However, many schools and colleges across the world do not lay stress on environmental education. The need is to make the authorities understand about the importance of environmental education. Integrating environmental education in the curriculum and giving it as much importance as other mainstream subjects is essential. Environmental education must be taught as a separate stream or discipline with hands-on learning opportunities. This will make students interested in knowing more about the subject and provide them with skills to deal with the environmental issues. Increasing awareness through informal ways. There must be dedicated efforts to organize talks, discussions, debates, seminars, lectures, etc. within the community on environmental problems. Every member of the community must be encouraged to participate in such activities. Organization of nature study camps and establishment of nature clubs must be encouraged. Through such camps and clubs, the issues of environment should be discussed and pondered upon. Campaigns must be carried out within the community to make the citizens aware of the evils of destroying the environment. Information such as the need to plant trees in the local neighborhood or to keep the local water bodies free from debris can be the first steps of making a locality aware of its environmental responsibilities. Community leaders can make it their priority to ensure preservation of the local environment through such acts. Once such aims are fulfilled, they can spread their activities to the city or town level and gradually spread the awareness at the national level. Step-by-step planning and organization is needed to address the complex issues of the environment. There are just a few broad steps that can be adopted to spread awareness among the people. A variety of techniques and strategies can be implemented to make people conscious about the environment. The success of such acts can be measured by gathering feedback and taking measures to include as many people as possible. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. To sum up, environmental education is a complete process that starts with awareness and proceeds to make people knowledgeable and skilled enough to think and adopt measures to preserve the environment. Environmental education awakens the spirit of responsibility in people. It teaches them to respect nature and environment and preserve it for the future generations. A conscious society that is aware of its environmental responsibilities can act as an effective means to prevent the deterioration of the environment. To develop attitude, values and skills related to environment, the subject of environmental study must be included in school and college curriculum. If a student starts learning about the environment right from the preschool stage, he or she will develop a sense of responsibility towards the environment and act consciously for its preservation. The need is to promote environmental studies as a separate discipline that is at par with all other streams or disciplines of study. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What is environmental education and how is it different from environmental information? What environmental education strategies must be followed to develop an ecologically sustainable environment? What are the primary components of environmental education? What are the informal ways to spread environmental awareness within a community? Explain how specific and targeted efforts can be carried out to raise awareness about the environment. Now you may go through the reference books given here. Environmental Sciences and Technology in India, written by Aravind A. and published by Daya Publishing House, New Delhi in the year 2008. A textbook of environmental science written by Joshi PC and Joshi N, published by APH Publishing Corporation, New Delhi in 2009. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
This is Chandradasan, a resident of Calicut. Like millions, he ekes out a living the hard way. Making and selling aerated water is his family profession. Though not highly educated, Chandradasan is a well-known figure in Calicut. Not just for a soda water that quenches the thirst of ordinary people. Chandradasan is driven by a passion, one that may seem out of place in this day and age. A passion for books, which is rare even among the highly educated. His little house in a lower middle class colony is packed with books on varied subjects. Over 2,000 titles, ranging from philosophy, science and history to art, politics and popular literature are all available in his collection. An avid collector, Chandradasan has read these books from cover to cover. There aren't many subjects which do not excite him.
Nowadays I read all sorts of books, novels, poems, stories, essays, everything. But my choice is for works that are rich in humanistic values. That's what I approve of. In Malayalam, I like Bashir. His works uncover all the bigotry of the society. Not only that, but his works create an opposition against the bigotry in the minds of the readers. This gives rise to a process of reform in the society.
Besides Malayalam authors, Chandradasan is familiar with most of the writers in other languages, both Indian and foreign. He seldom misses a new title from his favorite authors. He has an appreciation for each of their individual style and treatment.
Another writer I like in Malayalam is M.T. Vasudevan Nair. Among his works, I like best his novel Rendamuzham, which is based on Mahabharata. Mahabharata is a work in which all characters move along with equal importance. But M.T. narrates the story from Bhima's point of view. Recently, I read a similar work, Korea writer Pratibha Roy's Draupadi. Here the story of Mahabharata is narrated from a woman's point of view. On comparing their works, I can draw a parallel of an artist mechanically copying a classic painting. No matter how much he tries to be close to the original, he leaves a mark of his own.
Bottling and supplying soda water takes up most of Chandradasan's time. He then has to attend to the needs of his wife and 2 children. He takes great care in the education of his children. Childhood he considers the most important period of life. Chandradasan became an avid reader at a young age. Books of stories and folk tales interested him the most. Besides stirring his imagination, these books generated a never-ending passion for more books. For Chandradasan, school days remain a sweet nostalgia.
I was just an ordinary student at school, a very ordinary student belonging to the back rows, with no particular talents. But even then I had interest in reading. Even textbooks I would read through immediately. There were a few books in the school library which I read all one by one. My teacher, she knew that I liked reading. She lent me her books. When I completed a book, she would give me another. At the same time, I was working also. work, examination, and again to work. Things went on like that. Then I passed the school final. I could have gone to college, but I had to work to make a living. So I went in for work.
Discontinuing education, he set out pedaling along the hard course of life 25 years ago. For Chandradasan, making both ends meet has never been easy. However, nothing has dissuaded him from pursuing his passion for books. At least once a week, he visits his favorite bookshops for the new arrivals.
I read books for knowledge. When we read a novel, we get acquainted with the characters in it. By reading translated works of other countries, we get a picture of the people of that country, habits, and their lifestyles. Mikhail Sholokhov of Russia is a very good example. It's from his novel "And Quiet Flows the Don" that I learned about Cossacks who live on the banks of the river Don. When we read the novel, we feel we are a part of the Cossacks' life, as if we are moving along the banks of the river Don through the steppes.
Books opened a whole new world for Chandradasan. A world of unknown lands, peoples, cultures and customs. No knowledge or discipline is inaccessible to him. He reads and understands even advanced scientific theories. A rare feat indeed.
My interest in science was roused by George Gamo's book titled 123 Infinity. Everything in physics is dealt in there. I learned about relativity theory from this book. More about relativity has been explained by Stephen Hawking. This is his biography in Malayalam. Hawking's Brief History of Time has also appeared in Malayalam. In that he explains that even black holes emit radiation. All such new theories are in it.
Often, Chandradasan shares his knowledge with his friends. They meet in the evenings at their favorite bookshop. Latest books, current literary debates are the topics of their discussion. Chandradasan is keen on promoting the reading habit in others too. Anyone who is in need of books can borrow from his collection. However, not many approach him nowadays. Perhaps they don't find time for reading. But he is proud that he has nurtured a passion for reading in his children. Both he and his wife take care in helping them read books. Chandradasan has also succeeded in introducing the children of his colony to the world of books. And for them, he is a source for their favorite storybooks and chitrakathas. Chandradasan thinks that some of them have already developed excellent reading habits. He hopes that they will become keener readers than him. Chandradasan's journey continues. A journey worthy of emulation.
Welcome back. Today we are going to deal with secondary sources of information. Secondary sources of information are either compiled from or refer to primary sources of information. It deals with the information about primary or original information. It consists of recognized, repackaged knowledge rather than new knowledge in a suitable format for the purpose of easy location by the users. It is more easily and widely available than primary sources. The important secondary sources are Union Catalog, bibliographies, encyclopedia, indexing and abstracting periodicals, directories, biographical sources, geographical sources, statistical sources, etc. Bibliographies. The word bibliography derived from two Greek words such as biblion means a book and graphein means to write. Thus, the word bibliography means writing of books which later on changed to writing about books. The term bibliography was first used by Louis Jacob de Saint Charles. According to S.R. Ranganathan, it is a list of documents listed together for some purpose. The purpose is to bring to the attention of the reader an exhaustive and selective list of documents relevant to his pursuit of study or inquiry. It is a well-organized list of written information sources on subjects and gives direction to primary or other sources relating to some given subject or person. It is a list of bibliographical references to materials. It's a comprehensive list of reference materials on subjects, all material by author or material published during a specific period of time or in a particular language or in a specific geographical area. It may be lists of books, periodicals, documents and audiovisual materials, or it may be restricted to only one or two types of materials. It gives bibliographic descriptions of material like author, joint author, title, edition, publisher, date, price, etc. It may be comprehensive and annotated. It is usually arranged alphabetically by author, title, subject or a combination of both, chronological by date of publication and format of the material, such as books in one section, periodicals in another, and non-print materials in another. Bibliography differs from catalog and indexes because both catalog and indexes serve as sources for the compilation of bibliographies, and bibliography provide single access point to information. Function and its use. A bibliography acts as a key to the mass of literature that exists. It is the direct consequence of enormous growth in published literature. It helps the user in locating items of interest to user and their field of study. Following are the functions and use of bibliography. 1. It is a systematic guide to the literature of the subjects. Second one, it helps to ascertain detailed information about documents, and it gives details like name of the author or authors, collaborators, compilers, edition, name of publisher, year, language, etc. Third, it helps the user to know about literary achievements. Fourth, it promotes application of existing knowledge and promotes the creation of new knowledge. Fifth, it helps user to locate and identify required information sources in fast manner. It acts as a book selection tool for the library. Seventh, it serves as device for bibliographic control of literary output of nations. Eighth, it helps to avoid duplication of research and also helps in indicating the area where total research has been done and progressed. Branches of bibliography. There are 3 branches of bibliography, and it is based on activities to aid the users. They are systematic or enumerative, It is the list of individual documents with minimum details and related materials in a logical or useful arrangement. It is usually enumerative because some sort of selection has prevailed in determining what to include. It will lead to effective access of information. It is most popular and is also used mostly as a reference tool by the research scholars and other users of the library. Analytical or critical. It is concerned with the detailed analysis of description of the documents. It is also concerned more with the physical aspects of the documents. They are of two types, descriptive and textual bibliography. Descriptive bibliography is to record the result of analysis in a standard form. Textual bibliography is to determine the effect of writing or the printing process on the correctness of the text. Historical. It is mainly concerned with the historical methods of making books, that it covers the history of writing, printing, illumination and binding. Let us move on to discuss the types of bibliographies. Bibliographies are regarded as the most important information tool in the library and documentation center because it allows free flow of bibliographic information on published literature. Discussing about the types of bibliographies, it is available in various forms. It may be universal, trade, national or subject. Universal bibliography. It is a list of all published materials of all subjects in all languages in all countries of the world at all times without restricting them. It includes everything that is published, issued or processed in the field of knowledge from the beginning to the future. The preparation of this type of bibliography is almost impossible due to the tremendous growth of knowledge and literature. Language is one of the constraints. Compilation and arrangement of entries in the bibliography is another barrier. For example, Library of Congress Catalogue of Books, British Museum, General Catalogue of Printed Books, Bibliotheca Universal and Cumulative Book Index. Library of Congress Catalogue of Books. It is a cumulative list of books represented by Library of Congress printed cards. It is continued by quarterly and annual cumulations. Subject headings are taken from Library of Congress subject heading list. It provides Library of Congress class number and Dewey Decimal number. British Museum General Catalogue of Printed Books. It is published by trustees of British Museum, London. It is one of the most precious records of human knowledge. Cumulative Book Index. It is a list of books published in English language and published by the H.W. Wilson Company. It was first published as a supplement to the United States Catalogue. A less frequently updated publication began in 1898. The last volume was published in 1999. National Bibliographies. It is a list of books, periodicals, dissertations, theses, or other printed material produced in the country. It records the intellectual input of nations. These are an authoritative source for informing about the documents produced in a country. It is a useful guide for bibliographic control of documents of a nation and acts as guides to the book trade. It serves cultural, economic and social purpose. It can be used to search current as well as retrospective information. It is an authoritative source for information about the documents published in a nation. Ranganathan recognizes the following categories of national bibliography. First one, list of all books published in a country. Second one, list of all books on a country. Third, list of all the books published by citizens of a country. Fourth, list of all books published on all citizens of the country. And fifth, any one combination of the above. Example, Indian National Bibliography, British National Bibliography. Indian National Bibliography, INB. It is published by Central Reference Library in 1957. It is sponsored by the Department of Culture, Government of India. It records all the Indian publications at one place and has a bibliographical control tool. It does not include categories of materials like music scores, maps, periodicals and newspapers, keys and guides to textbooks, trade catalogue, telephone directories, railway timetables. INB has two parts such as general publications and government publications. Each part has two sections such as classified and alphabetical part. It is quarterly publications. British National Bibliography, that is BNB. It is published by British Library Bibliographic Services Division since 1974, while earlier it was the Council of the BNB. It is a record of the newly published books in Great Britain. The materials like periodicals, music, maps, certain government publications, publications without a British imprint and cheap novelettes etc. are excluded in BNB. It has weekly publications and has two parts such as classified and alphabetical part. Classified part is arranged based on the 20th edition of Dewey Decimal Classification and prepared according to the second edition of Anglo-American Cataloging Rules. Subject bibliographies. Subject bibliographies form the largest group of enumerative bibliographies. It deals with single subjects instead of covering a universe of subjects, which may be a place, a person, a broad subject, or a minute branch of any subject. It has to be prepared, keeping in view the class of user to be served. It may be published in form of full book or as part of a book or article in periodicals. Depending on the contents, subject bibliography can be categorized as reference bibliographies, reading lists, subject indexes, and abstracting services and bibliographic reviews. Example, the New Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature, Asian Social Science Bibliography. The New Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature. Formerly, it was published as Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature in 1940 in 4 volumes and edited by F.W. Bateson. It is published by Cambridge University. It lists out publications on Old English, Middle English and Modern English. Asian Social Science Bibliography. It is a selective bibliography covering subjects like economics, sociology, social anthropology, social psychology, political science, social science, education and communication, and demography. It published material in English in forms of books, articles in periodicals, reports, government documents, etc. It covers materials from many Asian countries such as Burma, Afghanistan, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Iran, Korea, Laos, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, Thailand and Vietnam. Trade bibliography. It is a list of printed books and other materials available for sale. Trade bibliographies are published by publishers, booksellers, distributors, printers and other large publishing firms for a specific country. It contains minimum bibliographic details and no annotation, though sometimes chapter headings may be listed. It is only meant for business. Trade bibliography is useful for small and medium library because they are interested in non-trade items. Example, British Books in Print, Books in Print USA, Indian Books in Print. British Books in Print. It is a type of trade bibliography and founded by J. Whittaker and Sons in 1874. It is a reference catalogue of British literature and covering British books and English language titles published in Europe. Books in Print USA. It is published by R.R. Bowker, New York in 1948. It is an annual trade bibliography listing all in print and forthcoming books covering more than 6 lakh titles from about 13,500 publishers. It provides author, title and subject access in several volumes with index. All publishers are annually invited to submit their listings for inclusion. Some classes of publications are excluded, such as the government publications, some paper-bound books, etc. Indian books in print. It is a bibliography of Indian books in English language till January 2012 in 3 volumes. Volume 1 arranged alphabetically by author and contains information about title, edition, publisher, collation, illustration, price and ISBN. Volume 2 is arranged title-wise and Volume 3 is classified according to Dewey Decimal Classification and is arranged subject-wise. It is published by Indian Bibliographies Bureau. Author bibliography. It relates to an author recording every book or article written by him or attributed to him. It gives bibliographical details of the author. Example, Mahatma Gandhi, a descriptive bibliography. It is compiled by Dr. J.S. Sharma in 1955. It contains works by and about Mahatma Gandhi and also contains those works which influenced his life and works. It lists out books, articles in periodicals, press cutting, etc. It is divided into various parts under various headings. It provides full bibliographical details and annotations. It also provides events connected with Mahatma Gandhi in chronological order from October 2nd, 1869 to January 30th, 1948. Bibliography of bibliographies. It is a list of bibliographies recorded in a systematic and logical order. It consists of all types of bibliographies in various subject filed. Example, a world bibliography of bibliographies and of bibliographical catalogues, calendars, abstracts, digest, indexes and the like by Theodor Besterman. It is published by Societas Bibliographica Geneva. It covers manuscripts, books, pamphlets, periodicals and patents in all subjects. The entries are alphabetically arranged and cross-reference entries are also provided. The main concern of bibliography is the identification of the content in a book and also the selection of material. With the help of this, librarian can easily identify books and other reading materials. It helps quick and easy access to information for a general reader as well as a research scholar in particular field of knowledge. In this regard, bibliography plays an important role. Hence, it is one of the most important reference and information access tools. Union Catalog. Union Catalog is a catalog listing holdings of 2 or more libraries. It provides bibliographic details of recorded and published literature in member libraries. It is one of the most important bibliographic tool widely used in library cooperation. Due to high cost of materials, libraries are not able to acquire all the resources being published in the world. Libraries can overcome these issues through library cooperation. The importance of Union Catalog lies in promoting inter-library cooperation on local, regional and international level. The user consults the Union Catalog to locate a given book, periodicals or newspapers in another library which may be in same city or elsewhere. International Encyclopedia of Library and Information Science defines Union Catalog as a catalog that contains not only a listing of bibliographic records from more than one library but also locations to identify holdings of the contributing libraries. According to Harrod's Library Glossary, Union Catalog is a catalog of the various departments of a library or of a number of libraries indicating their locations. Functions of Union Catalog. It serves as a tool for location of a given document. It helps in inter-library loan. To indicate total collection of resources of libraries in a given geographical area. It helps in the selection of library materials. It helps to avoid duplication of materials in a given geographical area. It serves as a useful source for obtaining bibliographical information. Types of Union Catalogue. There are different types of Union Catalogue on the basis of geographical location and kinds of materials. On the basis of geographical location, Union Catalogue is classified into local, regional, national and international. Among these types, National Union Catalogues is the most significant Union Catalogue because of its objectives, goals, format and especially the coverage of geographical area. Geographical location based Union Catalogue. Local level. It lists the holdings of local libraries. Regional level. It lists out the holdings of regional libraries. National level. It is the most important form of Union Catalogue. It is compiled at the national level in a country. International level. It lists out the holdings of international institutions. Forms of material. Union Catalogue can also be classified on the basis of kinds of materials. They are Union Catalogue of books, Union Catalogue of periodicals, Union Catalogue of newspapers, Union Catalogue of audio-visual materials. Some of the important Union Catalogues are briefly discussed. Union Catalogue of social science periodicals and serials. It was started in 1970 by NASDOC. This complete database consists of 32 volumes and holding records of 31,125 journals in 550 libraries in 17 states and 2 union territories, including a separate volume of the National Library, Kolkata. National Union Catalogue of Scientific Serials, NUCSSI, New Delhi. It is compiled by NISCARE and it serves as an ideal tool to access journal holdings information and encouraging library resource sharing. It is a data repository of a large number of unique journal titles and library holdings belonging to major universities, S&T institutions, R&D units of industries, higher institutes like IISc, IITs and professional institutes spread all over the country. British Union Catalogue of Periodicals, BUCOP. It is a record of the periodicals of the world from the 17th century to the present day in British libraries. It was published by Butterworth's Scientific Publications, London, in 4 volumes. Union Catalogue of CD-ROM databases in social science. It is a unique catalogue prepared by ICSSR under Indo-Dutch program. It consists of 200 databases available in 40 libraries and information centers in India. It covers all subjects of social science on which CD-ROM databases have been prepared everywhere in the world. With the advent of information technology, compilation of Union Catalogue has become easy. Union Catalogue is an extremely useful and indispensable aid for information services. It is highly useful for reference librarian in rendering information services in verifying bibliographical information. Indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals. Indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals is a secondary publication and are very important tools of reference and consultation in libraries and information centers. It gives information about already published primary documents such as articles and research papers in periodicals, reports, patents and conference proceedings. It acts as a communication link between originator of information and its ultimate user. It helps the user to locate their required information easily and quickly. Due to information explosion, demand of indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals increased. It is the simplest way to access literature. Indexing, abstracting and reviewing are 3 different concepts. Indexing is indexing periodicals, Abstracting is abstracting periodicals and reviewing is reviewing the periodicals. Functions of indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals. It brings together all current publication, though scattered in a number of sources. It is the key to librarians, scientists, research scholars and academicians for day-to-day reference and bibliographical work. It provides correct and complete bibliographical details of published documents, giving access to literature. It provides bibliographic control of literature either by country or by subject or by kind of materials. It helps to find out specific information which may not have been covered by books, encyclopedia and other literature. It helps to carry out study related to growth and pattern of literature. Indexing periodicals. The term index is originated from the Latin word indicare, which means indicate or point out the information where it is available. Index is a systematic list of items arranged in alphabetical or other chosen order. Indexing periodical is a regularly issued compilation of titles of articles that appear in current primary sources journals, generally new books, pamphlets, etc. It is an access tool to a systematically arranged list of periodical literature, and it provides complete bibliographical references of already published individual items of primary documents. It helps to locate original documents on a given topic of subjects. It is a serial publication. Index entries arranged in a systematic order by author, title or subject wise. Abstracting periodicals. Abstracting periodical is regularly issued compilation of concise summaries of articles in primary sources, important new research monographs, reports, patents and other primary sources publications. It consists of abstract of recently published journal articles. It helps the user to keep up to date in their field of study and well informed in a specialized subject. It also helps in finding specific piece of information and for acquiring background information. It enables the user whether the content of the document is fully read or not. It overcomes the language barrier and helps to prevent duplication. Abstracting periodicals are selective in their coverage and their frequency varies. It covers maximum number of periodicals on the subject and its allied fields irrespective of language. Every issue provides abstract and usually it is arranged by broader subjects. It is usually the product of learned societies, professional bodies, government bodies and some other published by individual publisher. Reviewing periodicals. Reviewing is the critical evaluation of information on a particular subject or topic. It may be considered as a critical synthesis of the state of knowledge or advances in given subject, its subdiscipline. It is the highest level of intellectual reprocessing of information. It is a narrative account of the progress of a particular field of study prepared by an expert in the field. It provides background information to a new problem. It is generally written by subject specialists and it contains critical comment. Reviews are two types. One is focused on bibliographical approach in a subject and second is focusing on particular scientific or technical problem and its solutions. Some of the important indexing periodicals are briefly discussed. Index Medicus. It is developed by National Library of Medicine USA in 1960. It covers periodicals of biomedical sciences, medicines, life sciences and other health related periodicals from around the world. It is a monthly indexing periodical and it has two sections, subject and name sections, which are arranged in alphabetical sequences. The index is available in both printed and online form. A medical subject heading list is published as part of January issue of Index Medicus and also published its abridged and cumulative issues under the title Abridged Index Medicus and Cumulative Index Medicus. Current content. It is published by Institute of Scientific Information, Philadelphia. It indexed science subjects, that is, agricultural science, biology, environmental science, life science, physics, chemistry, geology, clinical practice, sociological and behavioral science, engineering, technology, and applied science. A quarterly index of life science is also prepared. Another example of indexing periodicals are Applied Science and Technology Index, INIS Atom Index, Science Citation Index, Business Periodicals Index, Business Index, the Current Law Index. Library and Information Science Abstract, LISA. It was published by Library Association in London under the title Library Science Abstract. Since 1969, the title is changed to Library and Information Science Abstract. It is bi-monthly publication. It covered library and information science subjects and areas likely to be of interest to librarian and information scientists. It consists of about 400 abstracts, articles of periodicals, conference papers, books and pamphlets. Abstract is arranged in classified order on several headings and subheadings along with class number. Author and subject indexes are prepared and inserted in the middle pages. Annual index by author and subject are also published. Chemical Abstract. It was published by American Chemical Society in 1907 under the title Review of Chemical Research. From 1907, it is being published under the present name. It is weekly publication since 1967. Formerly, it was a fortnightly publication. It is the world's largest abstracting services in chemistry and chemical engineering. It covers about 12,000 scientific periodicals in 56 languages published from 106 countries and also patents published from 26 countries. Other examples of abstracting periodicals are Biological Abstract, Mathematical Review, Indian Library Science Abstract, Dissertation Abstract International, Asian Recorder, Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Index Chemicus. Annual Review of Information Science and Technology. It is an annual review of American Society for Information, Washington, D.C. It was started in 1960. It provides an analytical, authoritative, and accessible overview of recent trends and significant developments in the field of information science and technology. Review of Higher Education. It provides a forum for discussion of varied issues affecting higher education. It is the official journal of the Association for the Study of Higher Education, ASHE. It is published by Johns Hopkins University Press, Baltimore. Other examples of reviewing periodicals are Review of Plant Pathology, Review of Research in Educational Annual Review of Psychology. In an era of information explosion, indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodical is the simplest way of providing access to literature. It saves time and is very useful in literature search and general reference work. They play a very important role in the growth and development of different disciplines. Let us now summarize what we have discussed so far. In this module, we discussed about the types and examples of bibliography, union catalog and indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals. Today, there is tremendous growth in literature, and it caused a problem to the users to trace the required information. The above discussed secondary sources are very useful to trace the required information. Due to the application of computer, publication of these sources have improved a great deal. It helps in bringing information to the notice of those who need it rather quickly and are extremely useful tools. This way, they are playing specific and vital role among librarians, information scientists, academicians, research scholars to locate and identify required information sources. Now, please try to answer the questions. Write short note on bibliography. Differentiate indexing and abstracting periodicals. Briefly explain Indian National Bibliography and British National Bibliography. Explain the types of Union Catalogue with examples. Enumerate functions of Union Catalogue. What is indexing periodicals? Write a short note on LISA. Briefly explain the difference between abstracting, indexing and reviewing periodicals. Now you may go through the reference books for further reading. Documentation and its Facets by S.R. Ranganathan, published by Asia Publishing House, Bombay. Physical Bibliography for Librarians, 2nd edition by S.R. Ranganathan, published by Asia Publishing House, Bombay. The Librarian's Glossary of Terms Used in Librarianship, Documentation and Book Crafts and Reference Book, 6th edition by Leonard Montague Harrod, Gower, London. International Encyclopedia of Information and Library Science, edited by John Feather and Paul Sturgis, Routledge, London. Reference Service by Krishnan Kumar, Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi. Manual of Reference and Information Sources, Volume 1 by Seva Singh, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. Information Sources and Services by P.S.G. Kumar, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. Thank you for watching. Hope the session was enriching. We shall meet with another topic. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the Interface program. Today we have with us Professor R. Raj Rao, author, Professor of English Literature at Pune University and one of India's leading gay rights activists. Sir, welcome.
Thank you.
We will begin our discussion with your own writings.
I have been writing for almost 25 years now, so it's been a varied output. I have written poetry, short stories, novels, a biography of the poet Nissim Ezekiel, lots of critical writing and non-fiction, academic papers and newspaper columns, so it's been different things that I've been doing, different kinds of writing that I have done. My creative writing, of course, is poetry and fiction, and also a few plays. This is what I regard as important, but the other work is equally important. The critical work is important. My biography of the poet Nissim Ezekiel still remains the only biography of a post-independence Indian poet in English. And then I've done some translations as well. A recent book of mine, a recent publication of mine is a translation of Lakshmi. Lakshmi is a transgender activist, and her autobiography, which first came out in Marathi, has been co-translated by me along with P.G. Joshi, and we've translated this into English, and Oxford University Press has just brought it out. So the different things I've done, and I think that that's how it should be. A literature must be able to practice different forms of writing and not just concentrate on one form. We're talking about multimedia, but within writing, I think there has to be a multimedia nature to it.
So the entry in Wikipedia about you begins almost like this. You are one of the leading gay right activists in India. So could you elaborate on the kind of activism that you are involved in?
See, there are different kinds of activism, and my activism is literary and academic. It's not the activism of, say, people like Ashok Rao Kavi, who founded the Humsafar Trust in Bombay way back in 1990, or Bindu Madhav Khire, who founded the Sampathik Trust in Pune about 10-15 years ago, because that is grassroots activism. It has to do with field work and outreach work and so on. And but I'm not in that sector. I don't have a support group or anything. But I think that I think I've said this several times, that writing and activism are two sides of the same coin, not just for people like me, but for anyone who's concerned with with identity issues. Take Dalit literature. Take a writer like the late Namdev Dhasal. I'm sure it was the same for him, that his writing and his activism were two sides of the same coin. I guess it's the same for many women writers. So activism, yes, but activism through art and literature. And this is something that people don't understand. Marginal literatures, I think, have often been misread as literatures that have an agenda, that literatures that are propaganda, and that literatures that are inferior in terms of artistic ability. And all this is not true. It has to be dispelled, because one can have issues about which one is writing, and one can also be artistic and literary. Even Commonwealth literature began with that, I mean, wouldn't you say a writer like B.S. Naipaul or Salman Rushdie, don't they have issues that they are tackling in their work? And yet they are part of the canon. Whereas with gay writing particularly, and I'm not the only one to be saying this, there are others who would endorse what I'm saying. Somehow the feeling is that if you call yourself a gay writer, then it means your politics are being foregrounded and your art is taking a back seat, and that's not at all true. So actually I'm not sure whether I like the word activist, because the moment you invoke a word like activist, this is what people think, that writing is only an excuse for making political statements. But that's not how it is. My training is that of a literary scholar. I teach in an English department. I've been teaching for more than 25 years, and I think that for me, literary values in a work are as important, if not more important, than what you're writing about. So that's my position. And also that if you take gay fiction, at the end of the day, it's about love. We don't make such a big issue when writers write about heterosexual love, which everybody is doing. So I don't even like to use the word gay sometimes because it's love. I mean, in some cases it's heterosexual love, in other cases it's homosexual love, but it's love. It's a love story. My novel, The Boyfriend, is a love story. My second novel, Hostel Room 131, is also a love story. My forthcoming novel, Lady Lolita's Lover, is also a love story. If the characters concerned belong to the same gender, that's just an accident. That's how I see it.
So, when we talk about your boyfriend, it deals with homoeroticism in a very apparent way, and it almost borders on onto pornography or something like that. So, how will you respond to such a?
No, I'm very happy if you say that, because I don't have a moral position vis-a-vis pornography. I don't. If I say pornography is bad, then I'm assuming a very moral positionality, which is not what I do. I have frequently said that gay writing needs its own aesthetic. I recently said this at a conference, that gay writing does need its own aesthetic, and what that aesthetic would entail is also sexual explicitness, right? Now, one can go into the reasons for that and ask why gay love stories are more sexually explicit than heterosexual love stories, though I'm not sure that that's always the case. But it is certainly part of my aesthetics, and so if you say verges on pornography, that makes me happy. It doesn't offend me. I don't believe in censorship and self-censorship, and I think that one must write as freely as one can, without bothering about offending people and so on, without worrying too much about worrying if something is obscene or vulgar or so on. I think that one has to write, and sex is very much a part of life. So to say that you can't express it in a novel or in a short story or in a poem, I think is being a hypocrite. So I'm totally against self-censorship, where writers think that, well, this is offending, and of course we are living in times where you've got to be careful, because I think we are living in terrible times as far as censorship is concerned, and you don't want to do things that might get you into trouble for no reason if it can be avoided or if it can be said in a roundabout way. That's a nice thing about English, incidentally, that a lot of the time you get away saying what you want to say, because the people who are likely to take offense don't even understand what you're saying. With the regional languages, they don't have that luxury, because whatever they say is immediately taken at face value. But no, I mean, pornography is all right. I'm not making a distinction between pornography and non-pornography. If I want to write a sex scene, I'll write a sex scene. And if my publishers and editors don't have a problem with it, and they let it be, then I think that it's nobody else's business to worry about it.
Okay, so you consider it as a matter of openness of the society?
Yes, yes. The other thing I wanted to say is that when I write a homosexual novel or short story or play or poem, I'm not self-conscious about it, and I'm not apologetic about it. There's a lot of gay writing, particularly in the regional languages, which tends to be apologetic. So it operates at a level where, the person concerned is trying to come out to parents, is trying to come out to friends, and is having a lot of trouble doing that. My work is not like that. My characters are sort of in your face gay, and they realize that just as some people are straight, other people will be gay. So there's no point in being apologetic and and being self-conscious about it. So that's partly why you might read it as pornography, because it is in your face. If you take the boyfriend, I mean, UD is cruising. The very first chapter is called Gentleman, and it's set in a train station washroom in Bombay, the Churchgate station. And that has been a hot cruising spot for a long time, and he's cruising there, and he's not worried. Actually, he lives with his mother, but his mother has gone someplace, and he picks up a boy and takes him home because there's no one at home. But he's not self-conscious, or he's not guilt-ridden. What if my mother comes to know? And so I think that for me, being gay also has to do with decentering the idea of normativity. This whole business of being honest and being good and being monogamous and being faithful and being beautiful is a normative idea. So my stories unfold in a way which proves that for me the important thing is to dismantle the idea of normativity.
Professor Rao, you are one of the leading champions of LGBT writing. So could you tell us something about the present position of LGBT writing and its place in the Indian syllabus? And maybe you must have worked, you must have put in some work to bring that into Indian syllabus, no?
Yes, there's a fair amount of LGBT writing by this time. Incidentally, LGBT stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender. And by this point, there's a fair amount of it. There are two major anthologies which were brought out by a leading publisher, Penguin, in 1999, so that's a while ago. Yarana and Facing the Mirror. Yarana is gay writing from India, and Facing the Mirror is lesbian writing from India. But about 3 years ago, another anthology of queer writing came out. It was called Out, Stories from the New Queer India. And there have been full-fledged novels, there have been my novels, but there have been other novels and short stories as well that people have been writing. So I think the body of gay writing and lesbian writing will, it has existed and it will continue to exist. Then there has been the other kind of critical writing, of which there's also been quite a lot until this time. And these are by mainstream scholars. There's the book Phobic and Erotic. There's the book Same-Sex Love in India, readings from literature and history, edited by Ruth Manita and Salim Kidwai. There's the book Because I Have a Voice. There's the book Forbidden Sex Texts, written by Hoshang Merchant. And all these were published by major publishers. The publishers are Macmillan and Penguin, Routledge, Seagull. So the two kinds of writing go on simultaneously. There is the literary representation of same-sex love in the fiction and the poetry that we have, and then there's also the theorizing of it in these other books that I mentioned. So what happens is that by this point, there's also my own book, Whistling in the Dark, 21 Queer Interviews, which is made up of interviews with LGBT people. And the nice thing about that book is that it talks to people across a spectrum of values. So there are university professors, but there are also people who work as, say, auto drivers and so on. That book was almost done the way a sting operation is carried out, and my publisher Sage at that time was very cooperative. They allowed the book to go to press without even getting sort of written consent from some of the respondents, because we changed their names and so on. And we pointed out to them, to the publishers, that since we were asking very personal questions, people wouldn't give their consent, so we sometimes didn't even tell them that we were interviewing them for a book and so on. So there's all that work. So what happens at this point is that there's enough fiction, poetry, drama. There's Mahesh Dattani's plays as well, which I forgot to mention, and there's enough theoretical material available to start a very good university course at the PG level or even at the UG level. And in my own university, the University of Pune, I have been offering the course that I call it Queer Theory and Literature, but the syllabus calls it Alternative Literature. 2. Alternative Literature. 1 is Dalit writing, Dalit Sahitya. The University of Hyderabad has been offering a course for a long time. I think Kalyani in West Bengal, because wherever there are LGBT people on the faculty, you can be sure that they will want to start a course like that. So there's Niladri Chatterjee at Kalyani, there's Oshang Merchant in Hyderabad, there's me in Pune, and then other universities. JNU, I think, has had several dissertations on LGBT studies. Delhi University, the major universities and even the smaller ones, I think, are catching on. The thing about research is that, one is obliged to look for new things to research. And in a way, it's a bit opportunistic because people just want to latch on to the bandwagon. So there's a lot of research going on which is not coming from conviction or anything. It's just that researchers are desperate to look for new areas of research, But the end result is that there are courses that are being taught. There's research at the MPhil and PhD levels, and that's going on. All this is a good thing, and I think the future for LGBT studies in Indian universities is bright. In Western universities, it has already been around for a long time, but Indian universities are finally, I think, catching on, and I think the years to come will see more and more work in this direction.
Professor Rao, there's something that's called cultural wars that has taken place in American universities, no? So is there something that is taking place, something that's similar to that in Indian universities with regard to the maybe inclusion of Dalit literature, LGBT studies and all that? Do you find some kind of resistance, or you find the opening up a very easy process?
No, it may not be easy. Like I just said, if it's visible now to a greater extent than it was visible earlier, it's partly because of the opportunism of teachers and students who are looking for new areas to research. This does not necessarily mean that they've overcome their own conservatism. And that's what I meant by saying that there's a bit of hypocrisy here, because they may be conservative and yet they find that they have to be open to new areas of learning and new systems of knowledge and new kinds of research. Also, furthermore, the change happens more in the cities than in the smaller universities. So the universities that I mentioned are, of course, the metro universities. In the smaller universities, in the undergrad colleges, I'm not sure whether the same changes are reflected there. Because academia tends to be conservative. Academia, I think, is the slowest to take note of changes that go on around us. I mean, there are English departments that are still stuck with Shakespeare and, the writers of the English literary canon, and they are completely unwilling to go beyond that and explore new areas and new territories. So it's varied. I don't think in a country as vast as India you can generalize. There would be universities which are very forward-looking and even radical, but equally there would be lots of other university departments of English which are extremely conservative. This this conservatism is a result of lethargy on the part of teachers who are unwilling to acquaint themselves with newer things. I mean, I'm sure there are lots of teachers who still depend on their own notes which they took during their own student days, and this is what they do in the class. So there's all kinds of universities, and I don't think one can generalize, but a change has been made, a beginning, not a change, a beginning has been made, and I hope, I'm optimistic that as the years go by, we'll see a greater willingness, let me put it that way. We'll see a greater willingness on the part of teachers and students to acquaint themselves with new things.
Professor Rao, from the academic side, we will move on to the social side. Recently, the Supreme Court of India has again recriminalized same-sex love and same-sex intercourse and things like that. So, how will you comment on such a verdict and its impact on the Indian society?
You know, I think so much has been written about this in the newspapers, in the media. I myself write a weekly column for a tabloid newspaper in Pune, and frequently talked about this judgment and its implications. Needless to say, it's extremely unfortunate that a judgment like that came out. I might tell you that nobody expected it. Everybody thought that the Supreme Court would uphold the Delhi High Court judgment of July 2009. So I think it came as a big blow and a big shock to all concerned, including people in the legal profession. I was reading a book called Courting Injustice. It's by a lawyer by the name of Rajesh Talwar, and he was one of the first people to file a petition in the Delhi High Court for the scrapping of Section 377, even before the Nas Foundation did it. And his book came out before the 2013 judgment. And he says somewhere in the book that, he almost takes it for granted that the Supreme Court will uphold the verdict of the Delhi High Court. So when that 11th December judgment of 2013 came out, it was a big shock to all of us and a very unfortunate thing to happen. So what can one say? I mean, Supreme Court judgments are final and binding. They can't be challenged, although there is a curative petition pending in the Supreme Court to rehear the case. And that in a way is the only option now. The government certainly isn't going to do anything about changing the law. So that's where we are, and it's a big setback. I mean, there's nothing more I can say, because you can't appeal against a Supreme Court judgment, and it's a big setback because technically it even makes an interview like this a criminal activity, because if a certain kind of love is illegal, then talking about it and writing about it should also be illegal. So that's where we are. I mean, I think it's a stalemate, and we are up against a wall, and I don't know.
Okay, Professor, thank you so much.
Thank you. I enjoyed giving you this interview, and I hope it's useful to the students who will see the program. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to a new session on the applications of bioinformatics. In this session, we will study about the various applications of bioinformatics in basic research of biomedicine, microbiology and agriculture. Bioinformatics is the use of information technology in biotechnology for the data storage, data warehousing and analyzing the DNA sequences. In bioinformatics, knowledge of many branches are required like biology, mathematics, computer science, laws of physics and chemistry, and a sound knowledge of information technology to analyze data. Bioinformatics is an interdisciplinary field that develops and improves upon methods for storing, retrieving, organizing and analyzing biological data. A major activity in bioinformatics is to develop software tools to generate useful data. Bioinformatics has become an important part of many areas of biology. In experimental molecular biology, bioinformatic techniques such as image and signal processing allow extraction of useful results from large amounts of raw data. In the field of genetics and genomics, it aids in sequencing and annotating genomes and their observed mutations. It plays a role in the text mining of biological literature and the development of biological and gene ontologies to organize and query biological data. It also plays a role in the analysis of gene and protein expression and regulation. Bioinformatic tools aid in the comparison of genetic and genomic data and more generally in the understanding of evolutionary aspects of molecular biology. At a more integrative level, it helps analyze and catalog the biological pathways and networks that are an important part of systems biology. In structural biology, it aids in the simulation and modeling of DNA, RNA and protein structures as well as molecular interactions. Bioinformatics research can be classified under three major approaches. 1. Analysis based upon the available experimental wet lab data. 2. Use of mathematical modeling to derive new information. And 3. An integrated approach that integrates search techniques with mathematical modeling. Current research in bioinformatics can be classified into 1. Genomics, sequencing and comparative study of genomes to identify gene and genome functionality. 2. Proteomics, identification and characterization of protein related properties and reconstruction of metabolic and regulatory pathways. 3. Cell visualization and simulation to study and model cell behavior. And finally, 4. Applications to the development of drugs and antimicrobial agents. Role of bioinformatics and its implications in various biomedical and related fields. In this particular figure, you can see the overview of various applications of bioinformatics. The following are some of the important applications of bioinformatics. They are microbial genome applications. In this figure, you can see the role of bioinformatics in microbial genomics. The revolutionary growth in the computation speed and memory storage capability has fueled a new era in the analysis of biological data. Hundreds of microbial genomes and many eukaryotic genomes, including a cleaner draft of human genome, have been sequenced, raising the expectation of better control of microorganisms. The availability of genomic and proteomics data and improved bioinformatics and biochemical tools has raised the expectation of the humanity to be able to control the genetics by manipulating the existing microbes. In the last decade, bioinformatics has been used for the microbial biotechnology in many ways. Computationally analyzing the wet lab data, genome sequencing, identification of protein coding segments and genome comparison to identify the gene function, the development of genomic and proteomics databases, and inference of phenotypes, or example, higher level functions from genotypes or gene level functions. The major contribution of the bioinformatics in genome sequencing has been in number 1, development of automated sequencing techniques that integrate the PCR or bacterial artificial chromosome based amplification, 2D gel electrophoresis, and automated reading of nucleotides. 2. Joining the sequences of smaller fragments or contigs together to form a complete genome sequence. And 3. The prediction of promoters and protein coding regions of the genome. Automated identification of genes can be done using the following ways. Number 1. Hidden Markov model or HMM based techniques such as Glimmer and GeneMark. Glimmer, which stands for Gene Locator and Interpolated Markov Model ER, is used to find genes in prokaryotic DNA. It is effective at finding genes in bacteria, archaea, viruses, typically finding 98 to 99% of relatively long protein coding genes. Glimmer was the first system that used the interpolated Markov model to identify coding regions. GeneMark is a generic name for a family of ab initio gene prediction programs developed at the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta. Developed in 1993, original GeneMark was used in 1995 as a primary gene prediction tool for the annotation of the first completely sequenced bacterial genome of Haemophilus influenzae, and in 1996 for the first archaeal genome of Methanococcus janashi. The algorithm introduced in homogeneous 3-periodic Markov chain models of protein coding DNA sequences that became standard in gene prediction, as well as Bayesian approach to gene prediction in 2 DNA strands simultaneously. Number 2. Searching the known database of genes such as GenBank to identify genes, and the use of algorithms based on decision trees that identify start codons and stop codons of the coding regions. HMM based techniques develop multiple probabilistic state machines, each capable of identifying an ORF. Each machine predicts the next nucleotide character using a state transition with maximum probability and matches the predicted nucleotide character with the current nucleotide character in the actual sequence. Statistical training using known sample sequences derives the probability of state transition. In the case of microbial genomes, the HMM based software such as Glimmer has provided 95 to 97% accuracy. Identifying gene function. After identifying the ORFs or open reading frames, the next step is to annotate the genes with proper structure and function. The function of the gene has been identified using popular sequence search and pairwise gene alignment techniques. The 4 most popular algorithms used for functional annotation of the genes are BLAST and its variations, dynamic programming technique, Smith-Waterman alignment and its variations, indexing based scheme FASTA and its variations, and blocks that uses multiple sequence alignment of conserved domains to identify motifs or characterizing patterns of proteins. Pairwise genome comparison. After the identification of gene functions, a natural step is to perform pairwise genome comparisons. Pairwise genome comparison of a genome against itself provides the details of paralogous genes or duplicated genes that have similar sequence with some variation in function. Pairwise genome comparison of a genome against itself provides the details of paralogous genes, that is, duplicated genes that have similar sequence with some variation in function. Pairwise genome comparisons of a genome against other genomes have been used to identify a wealth of information such as orthologous genes, that is, functionally equivalent genes diverged into 2 genomes due to speciation, different types of gene groups or adjacent genes that are constrained to occur in close proximity due to their involvement in some common higher level function, lateral gene transfer, that is, gene transfer from a microorganism that is evolutionarily distinct, gene fusion or gene fission, gene group duplication, gene duplication, and difference analysis to identify genes specific to a group of genomes such as pathogens and conserved genes. Let us now study about the applications of bioinformatics in the field of molecular medicine. Although scientists mapped the genomes of various organisms in the laboratories, the greatest challenge for them was the need to store or compile the huge biological data. For this purpose, computers had to be used in the research field as there was no other way for the storing of the data. Bioinformatics provided this opportunity to the researchers to store the data in the form of databases on computers. The whole work of DNA sequencing, its observation, analysis and interpretation all was the work of computers and it could not be done manually. The complete sequencing of the human genome has enabled to improve the biological research and clinical medicine. Scientists can find cures against diseases either hereditary cystic fibrosis and Huntington's disease or acquired as in the case of cancer or heart disease. Due to the complete knowledge of human genome, it is quite possible to view or analyze only those genes which are directly related with the disease. It is now easy to observe the molecular basis of each disease. This whole step will enable the pharmaceutical industry to design drugs which will only target those genes which are diseased. The drugs which are present in the market can target only 500 gene products or proteins, but the mapping of complete human genome has enabled to use the computational tools and more drug targets and medicines which could only interact with those proteins whose expression is diseased without any or little side effects. Pharmacogenomics, a branch of bioinformatics, has enabled to develop more effective clinical medicines. Though there are some advanced drugs in the market, but they have failed due to their adverse effects in patients because of the differences of DNA sequences in different patients. Today, as pharmacogenomics is making advances in the science world, doctors should use drugs on the trial and error basis because sometimes patients showing same symptoms of a particular disease show different results against the particular drug. It is because their DNA sequences are different. In the future, it will be possible for the scientist to prescribe drugs after observing the genetic profile of an individual. If the genetic mechanism of a disease is known, then it might be easy for the doctors to take diagnostic tests more accurately. There are chances that in the near future it will be possible to use genes instead of medicines to cure particular disease. Gene therapy is one of the techniques which will provide this opportunity. In the future, it will be possible to cure or treat the disease by changing the expression of the diseased protein. Let us now study about the applications of bioinformatics in the field of drug discovery. Bioinformatics has made it possible to sequence the genome of various organisms, and there are almost hundreds of organisms whose genome has been mapped so far. The database of these organisms are increasing in size day by day because every day they get new information about any organism. As other fields of science have made use of bioinformatics, similarly, pharmaceutical industry has also adopted bioinformatics and genomics for the drug targets and drug discovery. The understanding of molecular biology has made it possible to design and develop the drugs. In the beginning, whole animals were used to test the synthetic organic molecules in the organ preparation. In the recent years, bioinformatics has made it easy for the researchers that they can now easily target the molecules in the in vitro environment. Today, the pharmaceutical industries are capable of developing such drugs which are able to target 500 gene products. A gene product is the biochemical material which is produced from the gene expression. It is either RNA or protein. Scientists have now mapped the whole human genome, which consists of 30,000 to 40,000 genes. That is why it has provided the scientists to discover more drugs by observing the gene expression. Mapping of the whole human genome has enabled the scientists to have more drug targets, but still it is a big challenge to get the target which show successful results. It is the science of bioinformatics which focuses the attention of the scientist on the target validation instead of target identification. There are a lot of factors which should be considered during the drug target identification, such as nucleotide and protein sequences, functional prediction, mapping information, data of gene and protein expression. Bioinformatics tools help in collecting the information about all these factors. These tools accumulate the information in the form of databases. These databases save time, money and efforts of the researchers and save the information in the form of groups and subgroups. The information in the database also gives the knowledge of molecules. There are two ways through which pharmaceutical industries develop drugs, either broad spectrum drugs or narrow spectrum drugs. Broad spectrum drugs can be used in the form of antibiotics to kill bacteria which have pathogenic characteristics, but the positive point is that these drugs do not harm the human health. Role of bioinformatics in the drug target has now advanced to a great extent, such that now DNA and protein chips are used. The chips are very helpful in determining the expression of proteins or DNA in cells. The clustering algorithms present in the bioinformatics tools help the researchers to make comparison of the gene expression data and distinguish the diseased cells from the healthy ones. These algorithms also enable the researchers to observe the function of the gene or protein during the process of disease. The process of designing a new drug using bioinformatic tools has opened a new area of research. In order to design a new drug, one needs to follow the following path. Number 1 is to first identify the target disease. One needs to know all about the disease and existing or traditional remedies. It is also important to look at very similar afflictions and their known treatments. Target identification alone is not sufficient in order to achieve a successful treatment of a disease. A real drug needs to be developed. This drug must influence the target protein in such a way that it does not interfere with normal metabolism. One way to achieve this is to block activity of the protein with a small molecule. Bioinformatics methods has been developed to virtually screen the target for compounds that bind and inhibit the protein. The next step is to study interesting compounds. One needs to identify and study the lead compounds that have some activity against a disease. These may be only marginally useful and may have severe side effects. These compounds provide a starting point for refinement of the chemical structures. The third step is to detect the molecular basis for disease. If it is known that a drug must bind to a particular spot on a particular protein or nucleotide, then a drug can be tailor-made to bind at that site. This is often modeled computationally using any of several different techniques. Traditionally, the primary way of determining what compounds would be tested computationally was provided by the researcher's understanding of molecular interactions. A second method is the brute force testing of large number of compounds from a database of available structures. Rational drug design techniques. These techniques attempt to reproduce the researcher's understanding of how to choose likely compounds built into a software package that is capable of modeling a very large number of compounds in an automated way. Many different algorithms have been used for this type of testing, many of which were adapted from artificial intelligence applications. The complexity of biological systems makes it very difficult to determine the structures of large biomolecules. Ideally experimentally determined by either X-ray or NMR, structure is desired, but biomolecules are very difficult to crystallize. Refinement of compounds. Once you get a number of lead compounds, computational and laboratory techniques have been very successful in refining the molecular structures to give a greater drug activity and fewer side effects. This is done both in the laboratory and computationally by examining the molecular structures to determine which aspects are responsible for both the drug activity and the side effects. Quantitative structure activity relationship or QSAR. This computational technique should be used to detect the functional group in your compound in order to refine your drug. This can be done using QSAR that consists of computing every possible number that can describe a molecule, then doing an enormous curve fit to find out which aspects of the molecule correlate well with the drug activity or side effect severity. This information can then be used to suggest new chemical modifications for synthesis and testing. Solubility of molecule. One needs to check whether the target molecule is water soluble or readily soluble in fatty tissue, and which part of the body will be affected if it becomes concentrated in. The ability to get a drug to the correct part of the body is an important factor in its potency. Ideally, there is a continual exchange of information between the researchers doing QSAR studies, synthesis and testing. These techniques are frequently used and often very successful since they do not rely on knowing the biological basis of the disease, which can be very difficult to determine. Drug testing. Once a drug has been shown to be effective by an initial assay technique, much more testing must be done before it can be given to human patients. Animal testing is the primary type of testing at this stage. Eventually, the compounds which are deemed suitable at this stage are sent on to clinical trials. In the clinical trials, additional side effects may be found and human dosages are determined. Let us now study about the role of bioinformatics in agricultural biotechnology. The sequencing of the genomes of plants and animals will provide enormous benefits for the agricultural community. Bioinformatics tools can be used to search for the genes within those genomes that are useful for the agricultural community and to elucidate their functions. This specific genetic knowledge could then be used to produce stronger, more drought, disease and insect resistant crops and improve the quality of livestock, making them healthier, more disease resistant and more productive. Comparative genetics of the plant genomes has shown that the organization of genes has remained more conserved over evolutionary time than was previously believed. These findings suggest that information obtained from the model crop systems can be used to suggest improvements to other food crops. Arabidopsis thaliana or watercress, Oryza sativa or rice, Triticum aestivum or wheat and sea maize or maize are examples of complete available land plant genomes. Application of insect genomics helps in identification of resistance mechanisms and finding the novel target sites. Genes from Bacillus thuringiensis that can control a number of serious pests have been successfully transferred to cotton, maize and potato. This new ability of the plants to resist insect attack means that the amount of insecticides being used can be reduced. By using in silico genomics, technology researchers can identify defense or disease resistance gene enzyme with their promoter region and transcription factor, which help to enhance the immunity and defense mechanism. Gene diet disease interaction of nutritional genomics aims to study the susceptible genes and provide dietary interventions for individuals at risk of such disease. Scientists have recently succeeded in transferring genes into rice to increase levels of vitamin A, iron and other micronutrients. This work could have a profound impact in reducing the occurrence of blindness and anemia caused by deficiencies in vitamin A and iron respectively. Scientists have inserted a gene from yeast into tomato and the result is a plant whose fruit stays longer on the vine and has an extended shelf life. Bioinformatics plays an important role to detect the metal from metagenomic sequencing obtained from contaminated soil. Several strategies for the identification, characterization and functional analysis of plant genes involved in triggering, signaling and response to biotic and abiotic factors have been recently envisaged. In silico biology plays an important role to understand the plant-pathogen interaction at gene and genome of plants and pathogens. Let us now study about the role of bioinformatics in comparative genomics. Comparative genomics is a field of biological research in which the genomic features of different organisms are compared. The genomic features may include the DNA, sequence, genes, gene order, regulatory sequences and other genomic structural landmarks. Computational tools for analyzing sequences and complete genomes are developed quickly due to the availability of large amount of genomic data. Internet-based genome browsers provide many useful tools for investigating genomic sequences due to integrating all the sequence-based biological information on genomic regions. UCSC browser. This site contains the reference sequence and working draft assemblies for a large collection of genomes. Comparative genomic methods have allowed researchers to gather information about genetic variation, differential gene expression and evolutionary dynamics in primates that were indiscernible using previous data and methods. Ensemble. The Ensemble project produces genome databases for vertebrates and other eukaryotic species and makes this information freely available online. MapView. The Map Viewer provides a wide variety of genome mapping and sequencing data. Vista. Vista is a comprehensive suite of programs and databases for comparative analysis of genomic sequences. It was built to visualize the results of comparative analysis based on DNA alignments. The presentation of comparative data generated by Vista can easily suit both small and large scale of data. By comparing genes of different organisms, it is possible to trace evolutionary pathways by which one organism could have evolved into another. Such studies can not only throw new light on evolution, but also provide evidence for the migration of species, thereby bringing new evidence to historical and anthropological studies. Let us now study about the role of bioinformatics in DNA forensics. DNA profile of an individual called DNA fingerprint can help in identifying criminals, establishing family relationships, protecting rare wildlife species and matching organ donors. Forensic bioinformatics promotes establishing of forensic databases to store DNA sketches of crime scenes of known offenders and apply DNA testing. Strength in terms of accurate results is boosted by statistical and technological advances such as DNA microarray sequencing, thin film transistor or TFT biosensors and learning algorithms based on machine learning. Genetic tests have been widely used for forensic evidences and mass fatality identification. Genetic testing results are integrated with information collected by multidisciplinary teams composed of fingerprint specialists, medical examiners and forensic pathologists. In several countries, new rules could allow fingerprints and DNA samples to be taken from anyone they arrest, whether they are charged or not. This will be certainly facilitated by the introduction of DNA chip-based microarrays and thin film based transistors. Hence, it is clear from this module that bioinformatics is a highly emerging field with a wide range of applications. Here is a consolidated list of the various applications of bioinformatics. Microbial genome applications, alternative energy sources, crop improvement, forensic analysis, bioweapon creation, insect resistance, improve nutritional quality, development of drought resistant varieties, waste cleanup, veterinary science, climate change studies, molecular medicine, personalized medicine, preventive medicine, gene therapy, drug development, antibiotic resistance, evolutionary studies, and finally biotechnology. Let us now summarize what we have learned in this session. Bioinformatics is an interdisciplinary area of the science composed of biology, mathematics, and computer science. Bioinformatics is the application of information technology to manage biological data that helps in decoding plant genomes. During the last 2 decades, enormous data has been generated in biological science. Firstly, with the onset of sequencing the genomes of model organisms, and secondly, rapid application of high throughput experimental techniques in laboratory research. Bioinformatics develops algorithms and suitable data analysis tools to infer the information and make discoveries. Bioinformatics research is a multidisciplinary and vast area. It ranges from drawing a mathematical or physical model of a biological system to implementing data analysis algorithms to develop databases and web tools to access them. Application of various bioinformatic tools in biological research enables storage, retrieval, analysis, annotation, and visualization of results and promotes better understanding of biological system in fullness. To sum up, the sky is the limit and bioinformaticians have ample scope for research in specialized fields within bioinformatics. For example, informatics, cheminformatics, proteomics, genomics, etc. Here are a few questions for you to work out. Number 1. Explain the role of bioinformatics in automated gene sequencing. Number 2. How does bioinformatic tools assist in genome comparison? Number 3. Briefly explain all the applications of bioinformatics. 4. Name and explain some of the bioinformatic programs used in gene identification. 5. Describe the drug discovery pipeline and the role of bioinformatics. Here I can suggest a few books for your future reading. Bioinformatics, Concepts, Skills and Applications, written by S.C. Rastogi, Namita Menderita, Parag Rastogi, published by CBS Publishers and Distributors, 1993, first edition. Understanding Bioinformatics, written by Marketa Swelebil, Jeremy O. Baum, published by Garland Science Publishers, 2008. Bioinformatics, Databases, Tools and Algorithms, written by Orpita Basu, Siminder Kaur, published by Oxford University Press, 2007. Introduction to Bioinformatics, written by Teresa K. Atwood and David J. Parry Smith, published by Pearson Education Limited, 1999. Thank you for watching this program. Let's meet in the next session with another topic. Until then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on Understanding Environment. The Earth is a delicately balanced system. All living organisms on Earth, including plants, animals and human beings, are interdependent on one another in some way or the other. This delicate system is affected when reckless activities are carried out by human beings. It has been proved that human activities are responsible for altering the environment and threatening the very existence of life on Earth. In view of the ever-degrading environmental condition, it is necessary to understand the value of environment and its impact on life and act for its preservation. A better understanding of this will enable human beings to contribute towards better existence of life on Earth. It is in this context that environment and its study deserves absolute importance in our education system. Definition of ecology. The term ecology is derived from the term ecology, which is a combination of two Greek words oikos and ology. Oikos refers to habitation and ology refers to study or discourse. The combined meaning of these two terms implies the study of the habitations of living beings or organisms. It was Ernst Haeckel, a German zoologist, who first coined the term ecology in the year 1869. He explained ecology as the interrelation of the animals to the organic and inorganic environment. Ecology has been defined by various other scientists, researchers and investigators on similar terms. G.L. Clark defined ecology in the year 1954 as the study of interrelations of plants and animals with their environment. In the year 1955, M. Woodbury defined ecology as a science that investigates organisms in relation to their environment. He considered it as a philosophy that interprets the world of life in terms of natural process. P. Odom explained ecology in 1963 as the study of the relations of organisms or groups of organisms to their environment. Thus, in simple words, ecology can be defined as the study of the relationships that exist between living organisms and their physical environment. Ecology tries to explain the crucial connection that exists between living organisms, including human beings, and the world around them. It includes the study of all organisms from microscopic bacteria to human beings and their habitats of different sizes. It stresses on the need to utilize Earth's resources in a responsible manner so that the environment can be preserved for the future generations. Fundamentals of ecology. Ecology is the process through which we can gather knowledge about the functioning of the world and its beings. It offers explanation regarding the interrelations of organisms and their environment under natural conditions. Clark explained that the fundamentals of ecology depend on the fact that in order to survive, living beings require three specific things from their surroundings: steady supply of energy, steady supply of material, and removal of waste products. In keeping with this view, ecologists seek to explain the following points: how life processes, interactions and adaptations take place among organisms, how materials and energy move through living communities, how successional developments of ecosystems take place, and how the abundance and distribution of organisms and biodiversity can be explained in the context of the environment. Ecology is broadly classified into articology and synecology. Articology is also known as species ecology, as it deals with the interactions of an individual organism or a single species with the living and non-living factors of its environment. Articology is mainly experimental in nature, as it deals with quantifiable variables like light, humidity and available nutrients
in order to comprehend the requirements and behavior of organisms and species. Synecology is the study of groups of organisms of various species that are bound together as a community. It can be explained as the study of the entire ecosystem, including habitats like deserts, tropical forests, oceans, etc. Thus, synecology is also known as community ecology. Objectives of ecology. Ecology is a distinct science that is complex in nature. It is a wide subject that incorporates multidisciplinary knowledge. Its unique point of view is based on a specific set of procedures and techniques. The objectives of ecology are based on the fundamental understanding of the significance of the following phenomena: the distribution and abundance of organisms in terms of habitat, community, biogeography or niche under local and geographical arenas, temporary changes taking place in the occurrence, abundance and activities of organisms, which includes seasonal, annual, geological and successional changes. The interrelationships that develop between organisms that exist as a population or in communities, namely population ecology. The adaptations and adjustments of organisms in terms of structure and function to their physical environment. The manner in which organisms behave under natural conditions. The evolutionary development of all interrelations between organisms. The biological productivity of nature and their usefulness to mankind, and the analysis and development of mathematical models that explain interaction of parameters and fatal effects. Ecology is a human science with many practical applications for the betterment of mankind. It is a wide area that can be explored to find out answers that hold the key for the existence and conservation of life on Earth. What is biosphere? The term biosphere is derived from two Greek words, bios meaning life and sphaira meaning sphere. The term biosphere was coined by English geologist Edward Swartz in the year 1875. Biosphere is one of the four layers that surround the Earth, the other three being atmosphere, lithosphere and hydrosphere. Biosphere can be defined as the zone of life on Earth. It is that layer where life dwells on this planet. This layer extends from the deep corner of the ocean bed to several kilometers into the atmosphere. It is interesting to note that life exists in the most unexpected places on Earth. For instance, living organisms such as lichens and bacteria exist at the summit of Mount Everest, which is 6 miles high. Some organisms exist in Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, which is the deepest place within the world's oceans. However, the maximum concentration of living organisms can be found about 1 mile into the atmosphere. In other words, the biosphere is made up of all these ecosystems and communities existing on Earth. The biosphere is a closed system that is largely self-regulating. The presence of air, water and soil makes biosphere suitable for life. These three are the principal components based on which the biosphere is divided into the atmosphere, the hydrosphere and the lithosphere. These three are the principal components based on which the biosphere is divided into the atmosphere, the hydrosphere and the lithosphere. Though these three layers are distinct, they are not isolated from one another and are interconnected. Atmosphere. The atmosphere is a gaseous blanket that surrounds our planet. This multi-layered body of air is made up of various gases that functions as a shield of protection for the Earth. It is this collection of gases that makes the planet habitable. It offers protection from the sun's ultraviolet rays and saves us from freezing cold. The atmosphere is made up of about 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen and the remaining 1% is composed of carbon dioxide, argon, water vapor and the traces of several other gases.
However, this 1% gaseous mixture has significant influence on the overall climate of the planet. The atmosphere can be divided into 5 layers, namely exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere and troposphere. The troposphere is the layer closest to the earth, and it is where weather occurs as it contains the maximum amount of water vapor. Lithosphere. The lithosphere is the solid rocky crust and the uppermost mantle that constitutes the rigid outer layer of the earth. It covers the entire surface of the planet, extending from the top of the Mount Everest to the deepest corner of the Mariana Trench. This rocky crust is inorganic in nature and is rich in various minerals. The lithosphere surrounds the atmosphere, the hotter, weaker and deeper part of the Earth's upper mantle. As such, the lithosphere affects the transportation of heat through the Earth. Lithosphere is categorized into 2 types: oceanic lithosphere and continental lithosphere. The oceanic lithosphere is linked to the oceanic crust and is found in the ocean basins of the world. The continental lithosphere is linked to the continental crust and is found on the continents and areas of shallow seabed. Lithosphere comprises of multiple layers like the crust, the mantle, the outer and the inner core. The uppermost part of the lithosphere engages in chemical reaction with the atmosphere, hydrosphere and biosphere through the process of soil formation. This layer is called the pedosphere. Soil is one of the components of the earth that helps to make it habitable. Hydrosphere. The hydrosphere comprises of the liquid water component on and near to the earth's surface. On the earth's surface, the liquid water exists as oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, ponds and streams. Below the earth's surface, it exists as groundwater in wells and aquifers. It also exists as clouds and fog formed by water vapor. The frozen part of the hydrosphere on the earth comprises of the ice glaciers, ice caps and icebergs. This frozen part is known as the cryosphere. The hydrosphere covers around 70% of the earth's surface. It is home to a huge number of living organisms that include plants and animals. The hydrosphere is in continuous motion. Life on earth is heavily dependent on the hydrosphere. In this context, it can be said that rainforests exist in some of the wettest places on the earth and contains 2/3 of the world's biodiversity. A key process of the hydrosphere is the water cycle. In this cycle, water evaporates as vapor from oceans, seas and other water bodies. This water vapor collects as clouds and falls back on earth as rains or snow. This water again gets collected in rivers, lakes, oceans, etc. and then evaporates to restart the cycle again. Water exists on earth in 2 forms: salt water and fresh water. The oceans contain 97% of the planet's water and it is salty water. Of the remaining water, 2% exists as frozen ice caps and glaciers. The remaining 1% is the fresh water available on earth. This makes conservation of fresh water an important issue. The earth's biosphere is unique as it has the capacity to support life. Human beings have acquired the capacity to cause harm to the biosphere through their activities. However, they have not yet gained the knowledge about how to rectify the damage that they are causing to the environment. It is in the interest of mankind to understand the importance of biosphere and strive to protect it. Energy flow. In an ecosystem, the flow of energy takes place in a unidirectional manner. Sun is considered to be the primary source of energy that drives the ecosystems of the world. Solar energy enters the ecosystem through the process of photosynthesis. The sun's electromagnetic energy is captured and converted to chemical energy by certain organisms in the ecosystem, which are known as producers. These producers utilize just some amount of the solar energy while the rest is dissipated. The flow of energy is known as calorific flow in ecology. It refers to the flow of energy through different levels in a food chain. These levels are known as trophical levels, and each level includes organisms based on their reception and transfer of energy. The general flow of energy in ecology can be explained as follows. The producers of the ecosystem are the green plants and some bacteria and algae. They belong to the first trophic level. The primary producers, like the green plants, capture the solar energy. This stored energy of the plants is absorbed by the primary consumers through the process of digestion. The primary consumers belong to the second trophic level. The energy is transformed into a form that is required by the consumers through the process of respiration. Primary consumers, such as the herbivores, convert a portion of the energy they receive to body heat. This energy is radiated away and is lost from the system. Loss of energy also takes place due to the process of expulsion of undigested food in the form of excretion. The primary consumers are consumed by the secondary consumers, like the carnivores. The secondary consumers belong to the third trophic level. Omnivores also consume primary consumers. Thus, the secondary consumers absorb the energy that was utilized by primary consumers for growth and storage. They absorb the energy through the process of digestion. Secondary consumers then convert this energy into a suitable form during respiration. This process also results in the loss of some amount of energy from the system, as the energy that was used by primary consumers for respiration and regulation of body heat would not be available for use by the secondary consumers. Next are the tertiary consumers that consume the secondary consumers. They belong to the fourth trophic level. These tertiary consumers may or may not be the apex predators that reside at the top of their food chain. In this case also, some amount of energy is converted and passed on to the lower levels of the food chain, while some amount of energy is lost in the process. The decomposers are the final link in the food chain. They are responsible for breaking down of organic matter of the tertiary consumers and releasing the nutrients into the soil. The decomposers play an active and important role by breaking down the plants, carnivores and herbivores that were not consumed by organisms placed higher up in the food chain. They also break down the undigested food excreted by the herbivores and carnivores. Organisms like fungi and bacteria act as decomposers of the food chain and are crucial for nitrogen and carbon cycles. As energy passes from one trophic level to the next, each time about 90% of the energy is lost. This means only 10% of the energy is passed down the food chain. Thus, if an autotroph produces 100% solar energy, only 10% of it is absorbed by primary consumers. This means by the time the energy flows down to the tertiary consumers, only 0.1% of the energy is absorbed by them. As such, the apex consumer of the food chain gets the least amount of energy, while a major portion of the energy is lost between the trophic levels. The relationship among the primary, secondary and tertiary consumers is usually expressed in the form of an energy pyramid. This pyramid has producers at the bottom and the tertiary consumers at the top. Ecosystem. An ecosystem comprises of life forms that exist in a symbiotic relation with their environment. The two main structural components of an ecosystem are biotic and abiotic. The abiotic components are the properties of the environment. The biotic components consist of the life forms in an ecosystem. The biotic and abiotic components of an ecosystem interact with one another. An ecosystem has no fixed size. It can be as large as a desert or as small as a tree. An ecosystem can be natural or artificial. It can also be permanent or temporary. Ecological categories. The biotic components of an ecosystem are categorized into different levels on the basis of acquiring food. The three main levels of the biotic components are producers, consumers and decomposers. Producers. Producers are considered to be the most vital components of an ecosystem. Producers depend directly on the abiotic component to survive and produce nutrients for their survival. Green plants are the primary producers that trap solar energy and convert it into chemical energy by photosynthetic activity. Certain photosynthetic bacteria are also important producers in the ecosystem. Consumers. Consumers are the living components of an ecosystem that depend on the producers to obtain their nutrition. It consists of all the animals and some varieties of plants. Consumers are categorized as primary, secondary and tertiary consumers, parasites and saprophytes. Decomposers. Decomposers are the components that transform organic compounds into inorganic compounds. They convert the dead bodies of animals and plants into their elemental stage. Decomposers mainly consist of bacteria and fungi. These three biotic components are essential for the proper maintenance of the ecosystem. They ensure the flow of energy and nutrients to the earth in a continuous manner. Ecological awareness. Man is a part of nature. Human beings are depend on the other components of the environment for survival. In the early days, man lived in harmony with nature. However, due to the unchecked increment in population, human beings started to destroy the environment. As the rate of consumption of human beings increased, the rate of degradation of nature also increased. This resulted in environmental imbalance. It is high time now that people all over the world recognize the importance of ecological preservation. It is not necessary to be associated with any organization or act in a big way to start caring for the environment. It can start in a small way in every home. For instance, we can discard plastic bags or bottles and start using reusable bags and bottles in our daily life. We can stop using paper napkins and switch to cloth napkins instead. We can opt for online bills instead of paper bills from our service providers. Such actions can be the first conscious steps towards preserving the environment and stepping on the road to ecological awareness. If we continue to ignore the degradation of the environment, then the very existence of mankind on earth will be threatened. Let me summarize the session. Living beings on earth are interdependent on one another for their survival. The environment plays an important role in making the earth a habitable place. All living organisms depend on the environment for their growth and existence. Ecology is the science that allows us to understand the complex functioning of the organisms in relation to their environment. All living organisms exist within the biosphere on earth. The biosphere is divided into the atmosphere, hydrosphere and lithosphere. The solar energy is the main source of energy that drives the ecosystems on earth. It is converted by the green plants through the process of photosynthesis and utilized by the other organisms. As energy passes from one trophic layer to the next, 90% of it is lost. Along with the solar energy, we also need the three biotic components, namely producers, consumers and decomposers for the proper maintenance of the ecosystem. All these factors stress us on the need to utilize Earth's resources in a responsible manner so that the environment can be preserved for the future generations. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What do you mean by the term ecology? Why is biosphere said to be the zone of life on Earth? Explain the role of atmosphere in sustaining life on the planet. What are the three primary biotic components of an ecosystem? Draw comparisons between atmosphere, lithosphere and hydrosphere. Why should we conserve the fresh water found on Earth? Write an analytical note on being ecologically aware. Now you can go through these books for reference. Environmental Sciences and Technology in India, written by Aravind A. and published by Daya Publishing House, New Delhi in the year 2008. A textbook of Environmental Science, written by Joshi PC and Joshi N. and published by APH Publishing Corporation, New Delhi in 2009. Hope that you have enjoyed this program. We can meet again with another topic. Thank you.